Are we ready?
No. Your Honor, Mr. Blackwell is on his way down.
Yeah, I think we did say 8:45 at one point earlier this week. But last night I thought I did say 8:30, so. But I understand. Grab you at the moment you come in the door.
No, I think I'm ready to proceed.
All right.
Judge Cahill.
All right.
It would be useful for me, Your Honor. Obviously, we agree with the ruling Your Honor made on this a few days ago.
Right.
And Your Honor has had a chance to give it some further thought. And it would be helpful for me as a starting point to have the benefit of Your Honor's thinking now.
Where am I at? Is it, in other words, where am I at?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right, Your Honor.
I think that's appropriate. When we left this issue last time, I had said it would appear to me that the expert testimony of Dr. Vincent would be admissible on the fairly narrow issues of Mr. Floyd's emotional response on May 25th were consistent with the claustrophobic reaction, anxiety, or panic attack. Subsequent to that, when we were talking about the May 6th separate issue, May 6, 2019 issue, and part of the defense offer of proof was they wanted to show that this was a common scheme or plan, and that, or modus operandi, that Mr. Floyd's emotional state and statements were very similar, if not identical. And I had ruled earlier, and I stand by that ruling, that Mr. Floyd's emotional state on May 6, 2019 And the statements he made really aren't relevant because his intent is not an issue here. And whether his statements and emotional response was feigned or if it was genuine doesn't really matter. Because the question is, what behavior did the police have to deal with, whether it was genuine or not? And I told the defense that's irrelevant, which made me realize, isn't the same thing true on the May 25th date? And so it seems that Dr. Vincent's testimony is the same testimony that I precluded the defense from offering regarding May 6th. In fact, that was the original ruling on the the reverse Spiegel the defense offered on the May 6th incident until this new evidence came forward. It is not the court's intent to reverse that part of the May 6th ruling, that emotions, his response, his statements, whether he was crying or not, are not really relevant because his intent, his emotional state, and whether he was feigning or had a genuine response are not relevant. So that gets us back to May 25th. How does it become relevant? Because the defendant's intent is clearly an issue, but not Mr. Floyd. So that's kind of where I'm at.
All right. Your Honor, the interpretations over George Floyd's behaviors are, in fact, what's relevant with respect to May 25th. As Your Honor has heard from the defense, practically every time they describe the incident of what happened on that date, they talk about George Floyd's behaviors and interpreting it. Resisting arrest, fabricating difficulty breathing, that it's somehow either fabricated or reflective of a cardiopulmonary condition or drug addiction.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I have no problem with the behaviors. For example, they are saying resisting arrest. I think it's, when you watch the video, that behavior is clear. It's, you know, what's going through his mind, that's a concern. So I guess let's talk about that.
Yes, Your Honor. The behaviors don't speak for themselves necessarily. We can see them. It's how they get characterized by the defense that we are rebutting. That if we look at the videotape, for example, and we could see, for example, they're telling George Floyd to get in the squad car, 320, and they find that he's not compliant. Does the non-compliance mean that he's resisting arrest? Or does it mean that he's not capable of getting in the squad car because he's suffering from the effects of anxiety or panic? And the way that this issue comes up in terms of his behaviors is the defense has been free to characterize George Floyd's behaviors in any way they choose. Typically in a light that's not very flattering to him, that is obviously pro-defense, as you might expect. But it's a free kick at the goal if we're not allowed to offer alternative explanations for the same behavior. That wouldn't be a diagnosis of George Floyd. It would be more the general testimony from Dr. Vincent that a person who has encountered a traumatic event, as George Floyd had, just any general human, would be expected to have a reaction that would manifest anxiety, etc. And here's what this looks like in terms of behaviors. Frozen by fear and panic. Shortness of breath, difficulty breathing. It's not a heart problem, it's a panic problem. And so Dr. Vincent's
do you have a doctor who's going to say that?
Dr. Vincent will be the doctor. She's an MD, triple board certified, Your Honor, in forensic psychiatry, adult and adolescent medicine, and again, forensic psychiatry. So she would be the expert who would be qualified to talk about the way that a human being would respond to a traumatic event. As Your Honor knows, George Floyd had only recently had a gun put in his face and the risk of having, frankly, his head blown off over the investigation of a fake $20 bill by the police. That is a situation that would cause trauma to any human being. And so how he responds to that, the feeling that he was going to die if he were put into the squad car, which he said repeatedly, how would a general human being respond to that from an anxiety point of view? How does that manifest in terms of behaviors and conduct? Is that an alternate explanation to the narrative put forth by the defense that it can only mean resisting arrest, it can only mean drug intoxication, it can only mean fabrication? It's an alternate explanation. And if this type of testimony is completely irrelevant then it would have to be irrelevant to both sides. And meaning if we're not able to offer an alternate explanation, then the defense shouldn't be allowed to stand up to say that George Floyd was resisting arrest, which is an interpretation, to stand up and say he's fabricating any of this, which is an interpretation of his behavior, to suggest that it was drug-induced or related, which is an interpretation of his behavior. So either both sides can put forth their explanations for the behavior, some of which is psychologically conditionally based. Either both sides can, or neither side can. And I'm certain that that is what the defense intends to do, is what Your Honor has already heard repeatedly in this trial. So that's the first reason it's relevant, Your Honor. But a second reason is that it goes to the issue of medical causation. Is it true or not true that when Mr. Floyd is saying that he has a shortness of breath when they're trying to force him into the squad car, is that reflective of a heart problem, a lung problem, or does it relate to issues of panic or anxiety?
Well, let me stop you there. I read the report of Dr. Vincent, and she's an MD but not a pathologist.
Right,
Is she going to say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the shortness of breath was due to a panic attack and not to a heart condition?
No, Your Honor. And as Your Honor recalls in our discussion of the case of State versus McClanahan that deals with the introduction of evidence on psychological condition evidence, the dividing line that gets drawn is that such an expert, and Dr. Vincent is a forensic psychiatrist, so she
Yes.
deals with the interface, again, of science and medicine, but in the realm of psychiatry. The dividing line that is drawn is that the expert can provide general testimony as how a general human being would respond to a traumatic event, the type of event that you would expect a human to have a reaction to. You would expect this panoply of reactions. She can describe what they are. She can't then take the next step to build the bridge to diagnose Mr. Floyd. So simply giving that to the jury as an alternate explanation, sort of medically, if the defense has jumped to the conclusion that we're looking at the same facts and the same evidence, and they jump to the conclusion that it's indicative of a heart problem, then she's at least should be allowed to offer to the jury that an explanation that should be on the list for any type of a differential diagnosis is that this may be reflective of simply anxiety or panic, because that's what happens in humans who suffer traumatic events this way. And that is in the wheelhouse of a forensic psychiatrist, to give that kind of testimony, which it would be the behavioral manifestations of what might be psychological conditions in response to a traumatic event. And that would be her wheelhouse. But Judge Cahill, I think this is relevant in one other area too, and this goes to the issue of the objective reasonableness of Mr. Chauvin's conduct. And the assessment, again, of those behaviors matters even for objective reasonableness. I would refer the court to the Minneapolis Police Department use of force policy on de-escalation, from which I am reading: when safe and feasible, officers shall consider whether a subject's lack of compliance is a deliberate attempt to resist or an inability to comply based on factors including, but not limited to, on the list, behavioral crisis. Behavioral crisis. So we ought not be precluded from introducing generic evidence relating to those psychological conditions that would reflect a behavioral crisis, that is, circumstances that Mr. Chauvin should have considered, for the jury to consider whether those existed in the totality of circumstances that Mr. Chauvin would have experienced. And the fundamental question is, would a reasonable officer not have recognized a behavioral crisis and not employed the force that Mr. Chauvin did, is the question. And to the extent those behavioral crisis issues are at issue in the case, then having an expert who can explain medically what they are is helpful to the jury, just to understand it. In the same way that the police are trained on the risk or hazards of putting people in a dangerous, deadly prone position, having an expert to explain how that manifests or affects humans is helpful to the jury.
Well, if you put that in issue, I've already signaled that I'm considering allowing the May 6th, 2019 case limited, for example, to the officer's approach of the car, Mr. Floyd eating drugs, and then subsequent to that being examined by a paramedic and his the indication that Mr. Floyd was in a hypertensive emergency with a systolic blood pressure over 200. If I grant your motion and allow Dr. Vinson to testify as to, claustrophobia, anxiety, panic attacks have these results or manifestations, and that they include shortness of breath, essentially giving the state reason to argue that the jury should infer that it was a genuine anxiety response, not active resisting. Don't I also have to then allow the defense to talk about the May 6th, the similar thing, not just the contact, eating the drugs, and then fast forward to the paramedics' treatment, but actually allow everything they want, which is what he was saying, how he was emotional. Don't you think that if I give that to you, I have to also allow the defense to do that?
You ought to know, I think that's in a way, it's a false comparison in this sense. That in both instances, it's the defense that's the proponent. It's the defense that is attempting to pursue the May 2019 incident, and it's the defense that's characterizing Mr. Floyd's behaviors in ways that we think are imbalanced and unfair. So with respect to the May 25th incident,
well, let me stop you there. But if you put in this evidence, they are entitled to contest it and rebut it.
No, it's us who's rebutting the defense assertion. If the defense does not assert that Mr. Floyd was resisting arrest, interpreting his conduct, if the defense doesn't assert that Mr. Floyd was faking claustrophobia, the defense interpretation, if they don't make those assertions, then we're not rebutting it with Dr. Vinson.
Well, let's be clear. Are we talking about evidence? I'm not going to allow them to present evidence that he's faking, somebody's opinion, oh, he's faking. Just like the state is saying, it's genuine. It's more a matter of argument. In closing argument, either counsel can say, look at this. This is clearly somebody who's resisting arrest and is faking his response. Where the state would say, how can you say that's faking? He's clearly short of breath and he's panicking. That's usually a matter of argument, not evidence.
Well, if we want to make the argument, though, Your Honor, that what the jury is seeing is reflective of panic or anxiety, it certainly would have been helpful to the jury for them to have heard someone testify as to how these various conditions are reflective of anxiety or panic, such that they have a foundation from the evidence and not just from lawyer argument. And I'm certain that Mr. Nelson is going to make these kind of arguments about Mr. Floyd. Your Honor has heard it repeatedly already, the reference to resisting arrest, evidence of everything being related to drug use, that the defense is doing a full-on trial of George Floyd, who's not on trial, but that is what they're doing. And well, that's our point of view, Your Honor. And so if the court were to rule that the defense, that neither side is allowed to characterize Mr. Floyd's behaviors, that we don't get to bring in a Dr. Vinson to say that the behaviors are reflective of anxiety or panic attack. On the other hand, the prosecution doesn't get to accuse him of resisting arrest.
Well, here's the other part. It's not mutually exclusive that someone is in a mental health crisis and is also resisting arrest. Would you agree with that?
Well, Your Honor, not without the use of expert testimony in that regard, because...
Oh, let's go into a more hypothetical. Someone is having a mental health crisis. They are removed from this case completely, and they start to thrash about and refuse to get handcuffed. An intentional act, refusing to be handcuffed, refusing to whatever, it may be due. Their behavior may have been induced by a mental health crisis, but it's still resisting arrest. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, I would agree that it's non-compliant, and the difference we're having, Your Honor, is definitional. When I conceive of resisting arrest, it suggests that there is an intention, that the person is able to form an intention and is in fact acting on the intention to resist arrest, as opposed to simply non-compliant. The police policies and procedures speak in terms of non-compliant behavior, and that then the police have to make an assessment as to whether the non-compliance is resisting arrest as opposed to an inability to comply.
Because of the policy.
By the policy and the training.
Okay.
And so there's a difference. But to your Honor's initial question, essentially, is it not fair to allow in the May 2019, if we're allowed to have Dr. Vinson then put in testimony about George Floyd's behaviors? Our testimony with respect to Dr. Vinson in that regard is rebuttal testimony in nature. It is rebutting the assertion from the defendants that George Floyd's behavior can only mean one thing, and it's the things that the defense has asserted. We think that's an unfair conclusion, and the jury is entitled to have the alternative explanation for it, because the defense has made that assertion, an unfair assertion that's jumped to a conclusion. And but for the defense doing that, we wouldn't have a need to inform the jury of an alternate explanation or to illuminate as to how the defense has jumped to a conclusion in making that assertion about George Floyd's behavior.
Well, here's where you're talking about rebutting the defense. When we're talking about your case in chief, how can you rebut something? I don't care if they said it in motion hearings. The jury doesn't know any of this. It's about what the evidence is, and you can't rebut prospective evidence. And it seems to me that it's either both come in or neither come in.
Well, if Your Honor, in the line of cases that deal with the admission of psychological condition evidence, the right of the prosecution or party to introduce that evidence can be itself triggered by statements made even in the opening statement, such that the prosecutor doesn't have to wait if it's already been put into the case in an opening statement. It's in the nature of rebuttal testimony, but it doesn't have to wait to a rebutting if it's already been put into the case and the jury's already heard it. And so if they hear, for example, Mr. Nelson stand up and say, here you can see George Floyd is resisting arrest in his opening statement. And so he's gone and made that assertion. When we're putting our case in chief, we can say, you heard them say this. That is jumping to a conclusion. There is an alternative explanation for that that relates to how one behaves when they have a panic or an anxiety attack from a traumatic event such as George Floyd encountered. Not diagnosing George Floyd, any human being who went through such a traumatic event.
All right. All right, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think the court hits the nail kind of square on the head. I mean, this is a criminal trial, right? Parties are permitted to introduce evidence, draw in closing arguments, that's my job as a lawyer, is to draw inferences from that evidence. What do witnesses say? What's happening in videos? All of this. This is the very nature. And both sides are allowed to introduce information that rebuts that. I think the court is 100% correct. They either both come in or neither come in the context of the emotional state of Mr. Floyd, right? If the defense takes the perspective that what Mr. Floyd is doing, and I'm just going to ask if we can silence computers because it's really distracting. Someone's computer keeps dinging.
Please, everyone. Thank you.
In the context of the evidence of this case, right? The jury will see videotape. They'll see body camera footage. They're going to hear from witnesses who describe what they see and observe and hear and things of that nature. This is the entire nature of the adversarial system. Here's the evidence. This is how the state interprets the evidence. This is how the defense interprets the evidence. Jury, you decide which interpretation is correct. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If the state is going to say, if I'm making the inference that Mr. Floyd was resisting arrest in the course, or he was exaggerating his condition, or he was actually experiencing a medical condition that went unrecognized by police officers, the state can theoretically bring in evidence to say here's an alternative explanation for that. Again, I think it's limited in this particular context, but that then opens the door. That's the precise issue, is it opens the door to say, he's saying he's claustrophobic here, but in a prior incident that's remarkably similar, that's not an issue. He gets right into the squad car, right? So it rebuts that assumption. That's the nature of the adversarial system, and I think the court understands that. We've tried lots of cases. The court has tried, a large number of cases, and understands the inferences that can be drawn from evidence. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and it opens the door.
All right. I'm going to take this under advisement until tomorrow. It'll be part of the rulings on the continuance, change of venue, the May 6th, 2019 other evidence that I've already outlined, and then Dr. Vincent, and we'll go from there. So we'll do these rulings tomorrow morning. So, all right, I think, where are we on jurors?
You're ready.
All right. Let's just take a quick 10-minute stretch break. All right, good morning. Didn't see you there. All right, you are juror 86, is that correct?
86, correct.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here. Before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys, there are a couple of things I'd like to do. First of all is to swear you in, because all your answers have to be under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now, the second thing is, I am wearing a mask. Plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you, plexiglass in front of the lawyers, so you get a double layer there. The point being, there are sufficient precautions in place that if you would like to take off your mask to be more clearly heard, or just because for comfort's sake, feel free to do so. But it's pretty much up to you. If you want to keep it on, that's fine.
Okay.
Either way, make sure that you are close enough to the microphone that we can hear you well, and I'll try and adjust settings as well to make sure that you don't have to feel like you're bobbing back and forth.
Okay.
All right. First of all, you filled out a questionnaire. Thank you for doing that and getting it back to us. That provides a lot of good information for us to start with. But was everything true on that questionnaire?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything in reflection, because it's been a few months, that you thought, oh, I should have added this, or this wasn't right what I said, or maybe your opinions have evolved and you want to change something?
Not that I can think of right now,
Okay.
because I can't remember everything.
Right. And it usually comes up in the context where the lawyers are asking you questions.
Okay.
Because they'll point to specific questions, and they'll probably, to remind you what your answer was, read the question and the answer for you to refresh your memory. My point is that I want you to be comfortable saying something that is different from what's in the questionnaire.
Okay.
Because of the passage of time, it's actually more common than not that people do add things or change things or say that wasn't accurate. So just want you to feel comfortable doing that, okay? Now, you weren't supposed to read any articles and try and avoid media about this case, but I think it's become clear that it's been a couple months. Inadvertently, you might have been exposed to some media, a headline, maybe you're watching the news and a blurb comes up about the case and gives you a little bit of information before you can turn the channel off. Anything like that happen to you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, tell me about what you recall and when, roughly time frame on when it happened.
Okay, so in my household, the news constantly on, like, morning, noon,
And I'm going to just turn your microphone up a little bit. There we go.
Yes, yeah, like I said, in my household, others watch news, morning, afternoon, in the nights, and, even though I don't actively, do it, I can always overhear, and my friends also, will send, things like that on, over social media and things like that, or conversation might struck up, even though I try to avoid it, it's kind of difficult to do so.
Right, well, because we told you, don't tell anybody you're a juror, so
Correct.
you can't exactly, stop.
Correct.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. What information do you recall from it?
The most recent one was about the settlement.
Okay, and what do you recall as far as details from either the headline or friends telling you about it?
It was the headline, and then people in my household talk about it too.
Okay.
So yeah.
What is the substance of what you recall on the settlement?
I know the amount, and my friends, like, they tell me, their thoughts about it or whatnot, but, I don't say anything, I just listen. But yeah, I've gotten feedback and know where they stand on it and stuff like that. So
And what did your friends say about it?
that one of them said, if that's not enough, I think,
Okay.
I believe, and another said, if I can remember clearly, if that's what it is, that's what human life costs or something like that. I don't remember, but
Okay.
yeah.
As far as that goes, how do you think it'll affect you in deciding this case? Like, did it move you, as far as a juror being impartial, do you think it moved you to one side or the other?
Yes, somewhat.
Okay, tell me about that.
I like when the incident first happened. I was constantly listening.
Okay.
To be honest, I was constantly keeping updated, and to say the least, I've analyzed, and I've been in conversation with friends and family about it, and I'm drawn to one side, to say the least, and I think that's where I still stand.
Okay. I'm just trying to find your questionnaire here, just so I can maybe go over some specifics. But which side do you feel you were drawn to originally?
Plaintiff.
Okay. So not Mr. Chauvin, but towards the state. Would you agree with that? Okay. And that was before this talk of a settlement. How did that move you? You think you may have been...
I think it's still pretty much the same. I
Okay.
would say greatly, move drastically, but around the same.
Okay. So you're kind of here along the spectrum towards whether you're leaning this way or leaning that way. You're
Yeah.
somewhere there. Do you think it moved the needle a little bit towards, even further towards the state and against the defendant?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay. And you know what? We appreciate that you're honest and not hiding anything, so it's very good that you give us all this information. Because we need a juror that can be impartial, some people are able to be that because they don't know much about the case, they didn't follow it. It's not a matter of intelligence or personality. It's just some people have seen more about the case, on the basis of that have a firmly, maybe a leaning one way or the other.
Yeah.
And further events can kind of tip them even more in that direction because other people just don't pay attention to it, so it's not a problem. So you think you probably have followed this pretty intensively as far as the news and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's constantly being, even though I try not to, it's constantly there, and it's difficult to avoid it.
Yeah, I think I've even adjusted my advice to the jurors, which is not avoid news about this case. It's like avoid the news because it's so saturated with this case.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I try to, but
Yeah, exactly. I know. We know it's all inadvertent, and people are not violating the court order to avoid it because it's almost unavoidable in some ways. So, I appreciate what you've just said. I'm going to excuse you from this panel. Again, don't take any offense in that. It's not that you're not a fair and impartial person. It's just that this case and the amount of exposure you've had, especially to that settlement that you said might have pushed the needle a little bit, I'm going to excuse you from this jury. So thank you for coming down. And most of all, thank you for your question,
No
or your
problem at
answers
all.
to the questions.
No problem at all.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Okay. Jury 86 is excused for cause. Juror 87. Okay. Morning, if you could have a seat right here. Good morning. You are juror 87, is that correct? All right. I'm going to go through a few things before I turn it over to the attorneys. The first of which is to swear you in because all your answers have to be under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions regarding your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
Okay. All right. You're fairly soft-spoken, clearly, and we have to make sure that you're heard. We have plexiglass in front of the lawyers, plexiglass between us, and plexiglass in front of you. And I'm going to continue to wear a mask, even though I've had one shot so far. I think it's appropriate that we take all the precautions we can. But given that level of precaution, you may, if you wish, remove your mask if you think it'll allow you to speak more clearly, or if it's just comfort.
That's fine.
Okay, and if at any time you want to put your mask back on, feel free. We won't take it as an insult or anything like that. Basically, you're in control of that. All right. You filled out a questionnaire, and I appreciate that because it gives a lot of good information for us to start with. Is there anything on, well, first of all, is that questionnaire true and correct?
Yes.
All right. Any changes or additions that you want to make to the questionnaire that you can think of right now?
I can't.
Okay. It's very common that in the months since you filled out the questionnaire that you might realize on reflection that I should have added this, or I should have talked about this, or that was inaccurate. I need to make sure they change that. Or maybe your opinions have evolved. So
Okay.
when the attorneys are asking you questions, they'll probably be more specific and zero in on certain questions and answers, and even reading them to you and your answer to refresh your memory.
Okay.
What I want you to understand is that it's all right to say something different than what's in your questionnaire. That doesn't get you into trouble because, like I say, on reflection, certain things need to be changed. Okay?
Okay.
All right. The questionnaire also advised you not to read any articles, avoid the media about that. But again, it's been a few months. This case continues to receive media coverage. And we understand that inadvertently jurors may have been exposed to some, like a headline or a blurb on the news that they can't turn the channel off quick enough.
Mm-hmm.
Anything like that? Did you learn any more information about this case or any related cases since you filled out the questionnaire?
Only number of jurors that had been selected when I was running through my news feed
Okay.
last week.
Have you heard anything about any related litigation, civil cases, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Any settlements or anything like that? Have you heard anything about
No.
other cases? Okay.
No.
All right. Sounds like you've been able to pretty much keep yourself away from the news.
Trying to.
Okay. And that's all we can ask are your best efforts. So, all right. You know something about the case from prior media before you filled out the questionnaire, before you were summoned. And the lawyers will probably go over that a bit. And you may have even formed some opinions about things, about the people involved. And the question I have for you is, as a jury, you have to decide this case just on the evidence you hear in the courtroom, not on what you've heard outside the courtroom or on opinions you formed outside the courtroom. It has to be just focused on the evidence and to follow the law as I give it to you. Do you think you could do that?
Yes.
Okay. You were given a long list of witnesses. Did you recognize anybody on that list?
Donnie Chung.
Okay. And how do you know this person?
He's a neighbor.
Okay. And what does that person do?
I think he works for the BCA, but I can't really remember. It might be FBI, something like that.
Okay. Lives in your neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure what that person's role is. Let's assume that that person actually is a witness, because the list of potential witnesses is long.
Yeah.
If they do testify, can you treat that person just like any other witness? Apply
Yes.
the same standards.
Yes.
If you disagreed with their testimony and didn't find it credible, could you go back to your neighborhood and if you saw that person not have a problem dealing with them?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We estimated the trial length at 4 weeks. It sounds like you could make that work with your personal and professional life. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a yes?
Yes.
All right. The other thing is the court reporter is taking everything down, so we have to deal with yes and no quite a bit.
Okay.
You have one very good habit, though, is you don't talk over the other person. The lawyers and I are probably the worst offenders at doing that, but you seem to not have a problem doing that. And that's very good because, again, you can't have people talking over each other because it makes for a bad record. Okay, so unless you have any questions for me, I'm going to turn you over to the attorneys. No
Can't
questions?
think of any.
Okay. And just to be a little closer to the microphone, as to juror number 87, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Thank you for your patience, for being here yesterday, and for returning this morning. I'd like to ask you a series of kind of general questions, get to know you a little bit better, and then move into some of your responses to the questionnaire. Would that be okay with you?
Yes.
All right. So let's assume that you and I were to meet under a much different circumstance, a party or a social event or a neighborhood gathering. What would I learn about you during that conversation?
I'm married. I have 5 kids. I stayed home and raised them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're all adult children now, I
Yes.
believe? Right. Wonderful. And are you from Minnesota originally?
Yes.
All right. You obviously were familiar with, before receiving this packet, you were familiar with the circumstances kind of surrounding this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It was kind of hard to avoid it in the cities at that time, wasn't it?
Yes.
When you received this packet and you learned that you were a prospective juror in this case, what was your first reaction to that?
I was a little nervous about it.
Okay. And why?
Well, I knew it would be a high-profile case. I knew the city, kind of blew up after the incident happened with Mr. Floyd, and I just was afraid of what might happen being part of the trial.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. When you say you were afraid of what might happen, are you talking about your personal safety? Are you talking about the city again? What do you mean?
Both, but more that anybody being on a jury or involved with it might have a little bit of a reason to worry for their privacy and their safety.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. When you came downtown yesterday and saw the state of the government center, how did that make you feel?
I had seen it before. I knew that it had been fenced off and wired in. And mostly it just made me feel sad that we're kind of in this state.
Sure. Okay. Did it alleviate any of your concerns for your personal safety while we're in the trial?
Yes, it did. I feel like the building is very secure.
Okay. And in terms of yesterday, when the judge kind of gave the initial instructions that we're trying to protect your anonymity, not putting you on camera, not referencing you by name, things of that nature, how did that make you feel?
I felt that was reassuring.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, and again, we don't know when or under what circumstances, but your name may be released to the public as a juror if you were to sit. How do you feel about that?
That makes me nervous.
Okay. And are you concerned, I mean, you referenced kind of privacy and safety concerns.
Yeah.
If you were to sit on this jury, would you be sort of hyper-focused on those types of concerns that it would distract you from listening to the evidence, focusing on the evidence, and ultimately deliberating and potentially reaching a verdict?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would those concerns influence any decision you may make at the end of the case because you want to avoid, you think that one vote may help you avoid physical safety or keep you safer?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I apologize. It was a
That's
very.
okay.
If you were in the deliberation room and there's 2 potential verdicts, right? Guilty or not guilty.
Right.
Would your concerns about your personal safety influence your decision about guilty or not guilty? Do you think that
No.
you would be safer if you voted one way versus the other?
Right, I understand. It wouldn't influence it.
It would not? Or?
It would not.
Okay. All right. Ultimately, you would be able to listen to the evidence, listen to the testimony, look at the exhibits, and render a decision based on the evidence as it's presented in court?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you either, well, I mean, with 5 kids, I'm assuming at some point there were some conflict between your kids?
Yes.
And as their mother, you were called upon to resolve that conflict.
Yes.
How do you approach that from the context of conflict resolution?
Try to seek out the matter and what happened, what the facts were, and what the reactions were, and who might be right and who might be wrong.
Right. It's fair to say that there's a significant amount of conflict in this case, right?
Yeah.
There's obviously a very big conflict, which is state of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin. And then there is potential for conflict within the jury deliberation room. There's 12 people who may have 12 vastly different interpretations of what they saw and heard during the trial, right?
Yes.
How would you envision yourself approaching that type of conflict within the jury deliberation room?
I would try to listen to what everyone is saying, try to understand their point of view, and make the best decision that I could.
Okay.
I don't typically like conflict, but
Sure.
I-
But obviously, I mean, this is a situation where conflict may abound.
Yes.
You understand?
yes.
So the question becomes, you say you don't generally like conflict. If you're in a room and you feel that, you have made your mind up one way or the other, and others disagree with you, are you the type of person who is going to abandon your position simply to avoid the conflict and gain consensus? Or are you going to kind of stand your ground and say, no, I'm standing by my conviction?
I would stand by my conviction.
Again, in your personal or professional life, have you been called upon to kind of determine whether one of 2 people is telling the truth about a situation?
Yes.
Again, with your kids, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And maybe with kids it's a little easier, but how do you approach, you're going to hear witnesses in this case, right? And you're going to have to, your job as a juror is to assess their credibility. Is this person telling me the truth about X, Y, or Z? How do you assess a person's credibility?
That's a hard question. Out of any context, just
Well, I mean, I guess let's just put it back into the context of your kids, right?
okay.
2 kids come into
Sure.
you to say to you, this is what happened. And one says X happened and the other says Y happened. And you know your kids, how do you assess that situation?
I look at the past history of my kids and generally how I know their behavior is. Try to understand the situation leading up to a conflict.
Okay. So kind of gathering more information,
Yes.
would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And what if other people saw that same incident? Would you go to other people and ask them their opinion about what happened?
Yes, I would try to get all of the information that I could and make
Okay.
the best decision after that.
Fair enough. Can you think of a situation, again, in your personal or professional life where you were 100% certain you were right and you later learned you were wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you deal with that? I mean, what's your kind of response to that?
I typically go back to the person that I wronged and explained that I was wrong. And
Okay. And do you try to apply that lesson to future behavior, or do you just kind of go, no big deal, I was wrong?
no, I always try to learn from it.
Okay. Ultimately, again, your job as a juror is to analyze this evidence, to hear the evidence, to analyze it, only the evidence that you hear in this courtroom. And at the conclusion of the case, the judge will give you the law that applies to the case. And you have to decide. You're what's called a judge of the facts. What happened, right? Let's assume you get this sheet of, this is the law, these are the instructions we have to follow. And you read the law and you go, that can't possibly be right, or I think this law should be different. I've got a reason, a personal belief that this law should be different. Can you follow the law as the judge instructs you, even if you think the judge is wrong, or you think the law should be changed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to just follow up with some of your questions and how you responded to the questionnaire. Again, we understand that this was national and international news before you received this questionnaire, and that you've been exposed to some information. And thank you for taking the time to fill this out. But I wanted to ask you a question about. There's lots of references to like a video that was made in this case, and you watch the news or the nightly news from time to time, correct?
Yeah, pretty rarely that I watch it, but yeah.
Okay. And, well, there's a video that became public, and there's actually several videos that became public. You said that you've never seen any video of the arrest of Mr. Floyd?
No,
Okay, not even little snippets or clips on the news?
no. I saw a picture,
Okay.
but I did not watch the video.
Okay. So when you've watched the news, you may have seen like a still frame photograph that appears to be taken from a video kind of a thing?
Yes,
Okay. But never went and sought out or looked up this video of this arrest?
no,
Okay. But you have had conversations with friends and family members. Have your friends or family members described to you what they saw in this video?
no, not really describing it, just, no, actually not describing it.
Okay. But just maybe generally talking about it, right?
Saying that they'd seen it, and kind of the general news story that he was arrested and held on the ground and had a knee on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had heard some, in your explanation, you had heard some information about past incidents involving Mr. Floyd as well?
Yes,
All right. And you understand that Mr. Floyd's not on trial here, right?
I do.
Okay. And ultimately, you may or may not hear about previous involvement or previous incidents involving Mr. Floyd or Mr. Chauvin, right? But let's assume you don't hear any of that. Can you set what you may have learned aside and, again, assess this case based on the evidence presented in court?
Yes,
Okay. And you had heard about two separate autopsies that you thought were performed. You wrote that you heard one coroner's report said Mr. Floyd died as a result of asphyxiation. Another said it was due to drugs in his system.
yes,
Okay. And again, you'll listen to various testimony throughout the course of the case, and if those issues never come up in this case, can you set aside what you thought you had heard or read and judge the case based on the evidence as it's presented in court?
yes,
You were asked some general impressions about both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd. With respect to Mr. Chauvin, you had a neutral opinion, and you wrote, I haven't heard or read or seen much of anything about the defendant. And with respect to Mr. Floyd, you checked both neutral and somewhat negative, and then wrote somewhere in between these, and you wrote, I am bothered by the fact that Mr. Floyd, and then you reference a prior incident or allegation involving him. But you also understood that he had served some sort of penalty or something like that. So,
Yes.
okay. Again, it's okay. Everybody forms their own opinions, right? And your opinions are as valid as mine or anyone else's. Can you set aside any opinions you may have formed about Mr. Floyd? And again, only analyze this case based on the evidence as presented in court.
Yes.
You were asked a question. The question reads, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since George Floyd's death? And you wrote, I believe it has been negatively damaged.
Yes.
Can you explain why you think that?
Well, obviously the physical damage to the city, and seems like there's more crime than there was before. The reputation of the city seems to have taken a hit.
Okay. And can you see any positive things that have come out of the protests?
I can't say that I'm aware of any positive things that have come out of it.
Okay.
It seems pretty negative right now.
Sure. Certainly the sort of the mood of the city has changed, right?
Yes.
One of your sons went to one of the protests, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him about why he did that? You know.
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree there's a difference between a protest and a riot?
Yes.
Okay. Fairly self-explanatory, right?
Yes.
So the protests versus the riots, right? I think everyone would agree the riots had left a bad feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But what about the protests, the peaceful protests?
What's the question?
Well, I mean, is there anything positive that
Oh.
comes from peaceful protests?
I think there can be, sure.
Okay. Do you associate the rioting with the protests?
To some extent, I do.
Okay. Do you think that everyone who protested rioted?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did your son riot?
No, he did not.
He protested, right?
He did.
And so if you were a juror on this case, I mean, obviously your son may have a different perspective, like on the protest part of this, at least. I don't know you, I don't know your son, and I don't know what you've talked about. But if you were a juror in this case, and you ultimately rendered a not guilty verdict, could you go to your son and explain why you did that?
I could.
Okay. Would your vote be influenced because you didn't want to disappoint your son?
No.
You've had your car broken into and your son's car was stolen in the past,
Yes.
and you had to call the police.
Yes.
You indicated that you were satisfied with their response,
Yes.
or very satisfied, I should say.
Yes.
So it's fair to say you have a pretty strong respect for law enforcement and things of that nature.
I do.
Okay. And obviously this case involves a whole lot of police, right?
Yes.
Mr. Chauvin being a police officer, police officers investigating this case, police officers will testify in this case. You were asked a question, and I'm going to circle back into all of that. You were asked a question that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you somewhat disagreed and then drew an arrow to towards strongly disagree with that. So knowing that the police are going to testify in this case, and presumably against Mr. Chauvin, as well as Mr. Chauvin being a former police officer, can you evaluate the testimony of police officers for what it is? Meaning, would you assign more trustworthiness to a police officer simply by virtue of the fact that they're a police officer?
No.
Okay. But you somewhat disagree with the proposition of questioning decisions that police officers make, right?
Yes.
So are there circumstances wherein a police officer's decision-making is within bounds and should be questioned?
It shouldn't be.
Should.
Should. I think that there's always room for questioning someone's reactions or behaviors. But there should probably be a process that
Okay.
that goes through.
So like a more from an employment context or like a civilian process as opposed to a criminal process?
Could you read the
Sure.
question again to me?
There was a page where you were given several blanket statements.
Yes.
And you were asked to just say, I strongly agree, I sort of agree, all the way over to strongly disagree. And this statement is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess the decisions they make on duty. And you somewhat disagreed to almost strongly disagreed with that.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess the question is, are there circumstances under which it is appropriate to second guess police officers?
Yes.
All right. And there are, you recognize that there's a spectrum of decisions that a police officer makes on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
And sometimes those decisions are calculated and thought out and take some time, and other times they're very fast, right?
Yes.
So let's assume that a police officer only pulled over black drivers. Do you think it would be okay to question why that police officer is making that decision?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's assume that a police officer was stealing drugs from the evidence room. Is it okay to question that officer's decision?
Yes.
Let's assume that a police officer is chasing a person down a dark alley. It's dark, can't see, and suddenly that person turns and faces the police officer and points something at him. Is it okay at that, and the officer shoots and kills that person? Should that be also examined, that officer's decision?
I think it should be examined. I think that it probably already is examined.
Okay, fair enough. And you would agree, you strongly agreed with the statement that police in your community make you feel safe,
Yes.
right? So again, I mean, it's fine to have a healthy respect for police officers, but would you just believe police officers simply by virtue of the fact that they're a police officer?
No.
You were asked a series of questions about both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter, and you had a very unfavorable opinion of Black Lives Matter, and you wrote, I do not agree with the guiding principles of the BLM movement. I do believe that the lives of people who happen to be black matter. So can you explain, like, what do you mean by the guiding principles of the organization?
Well, that question in particular, I mean, if that question is asking me, do I agree with the statement that Black Lives Matter? I believe that that's a true statement. I don't share I don't agree with the founding principles and a lot of the positions that the organization Black Lives Matter holds to.
Okay. So, because obviously there are kind of different layers of the statement Black Lives Matter, right?
Yes.
And there is the general sentiment, Black Lives Matter, if I'm understanding this.
Mm-hmm.
There is the movement of Black Lives Matter, and then there's an organization of Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
And are you suggesting that you disagree with the organization, but are in agreement with basically the movement and notion that Black Lives Matter?
I agree with the notion that Black Lives Matter. I don't know how to parse out the difference between the movement and the organization.
Okay, fair enough. With respect to Blue Lives Matter, you had a neutral opinion, and you wrote, I don't know anything about that organization, but like my answer above, I believe that the lives of people who are police officers matter.
Correct.
So it's kind of the general sentiment that everybody matters.
Yes.
Okay. You have a relative who was a sheriff in the past?
Yes.
Some time ago?
Yes.
Is that person still alive and with us?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were a juror on this case, would you call your relative and say, hey, this is what they're telling me about how police officers are trained or what you're supposed to do. Can you confirm? Would you call that person for advice?
No.
Similarly, you have some friends who are in the medical profession in varying degrees. Would you call them for medical advice if you were a juror?
No.
I was interested in you were asked a series of questions and about the criminal justice system generally, and I was interested in one of your responses. You were asked, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And you wrote, I am not certain I understand this question properly, but I believe we have a system that, when it works correctly, is a fair and just system. I do understand that there could be instances when defendants do not receive adequate representation or sentencing guidelines may not be considered just. No system is perfect. I do think, in the main, that our justice system works. So the notion that when it doesn't work is because of an inadequacy of representation for individuals accused of crimes, is that where you think is a problem in the system?
I think that's one problem in the system.
Right. A reason to fully fund, say, the public defender's office, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. And then also just in terms of the disparity in sentencing, is that what you mean by the sentencing guidelines may not be considered just?
Yes.
Ultimately, you understand that I'm a lawyer, I represent my client, these are lawyers, they represent their client, and we're all trying to do the best we can do, right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a question, the last question you were asked is, do you want to serve as a juror on this case? And you checked the box, not sure, right? And you wrote, this trial, like the events that led to it, will be well publicized and followed by many people. The unrest, burning, and looting following Mr. Floyd's death was troubling. It would be naive to think that similar things couldn't happen depending on the outcome of the trial. I am not sure if it is warranted, but I could have concerns about my privacy and safety. So that's
Yes.
that same notion that we started up our conversation with, right?
Yes.
Knowing what you know now, a couple months later, do you feel that you would be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yes.
Could you set aside your concerns about privacy and safety and listen to the evidence and judge this case based on the evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? We'll pass for cause, Your Honor.
Mr. Slusher. Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 87, good morning. I know you've been at it for a while and have been patient, and we thank you for that. I do want to follow up on a couple of your responses. And in one instance, I believe you responded on the survey that you believe somewhat agree with the proposition that discrimination is not as bad as the media says that it is. Do you recall that response?
I don't, but
Does that sound consistent with your belief that you somewhat agree that the media maybe overblows discrimination or exaggerates it?
yes.
Okay. So the two parts of that. First, what do you believe the media says about discrimination?
Well, by saying that I feel like they exaggerate it, I feel like the media exaggerates a lot of things. So I don't know that it would be necessarily more than other things that they exaggerate, but I feel like they may push it to a degree that stirs up controversy.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking for as an answer?
I'm just looking for your answer.
Well, I know
Yeah.
I meant to, did it answer your question?
It did. It did. But of course, now I'll have to follow up. But in that, why do you think the media does that?
I think they're not as unbiased as they always claim that they are. I guess that would be my answer.
Okay. And are there particular stories or instances that you can think of that you thought, the media is really kind of overplaying or overselling discrimination, or is it more of a generalized feeling you get from watching the news or reading the paper?
More of a generalized feeling.
Okay. Now, I'd like to compare that generalized feeling with some of your own real-life experience in how you would make that determination. So have you had conversations with close friends or family members who have experienced discrimination in their life?
Have I had them?
Yes.
Just in what areas? Any area?
Any area.
I'm sure I have, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
How about taking it from the more general to the specific racial discrimination? Have you had conversations with friends of yours who've talked to you about racial discrimination that they may have experienced?
Yes.
And how have those conversations, I guess, compared with what you've seen on TV or read in the paper regarding the media's depiction of discrimination?
Well, when you're speaking with one person, you're getting more of a personal story behind it. And so when you have those kinds of facts, it's a little easier to understand the discrimination than just a blanket discrimination story or something like that you might see.
So it sounds like you would be more inclined to believe a more personal story than you would just kind of a generalized story that you would see in the media.
Yes.
Can you share with us, without revealing, who this person would be, just what conversations have you had with friends who've experienced discrimination? What kind of discrimination have they shared with you?
Being looked at suspiciously, being categorized in certain ways. being treated as somehow less than other people.
It's hard to hear those
Mhm.
experiences, isn't it?
It is.
You indicated in your survey that the criminal justice system, in response to the question whether the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities, you indicated that you somewhat disagree with that proposition. And I'd like you to share with us a little bit, why you somewhat disagree with that proposition.
Well, I think when I answered that question, I was looking at it as how the system should work, and that we have a legal system that should work fairly for everyone. So I don't believe the system has been written in to be discriminatory.
As opposed to maybe in practice how it can work out for some people. So think of your friend who shared with you the view that from your friend's perception, they were put in a certain category or viewed suspiciously that maybe someone else in the same situation would not have been.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that can bleed into the criminal justice system? After all, we are all human beings here.
Sure. Yes.
So would you then agree that the criminal justice system can be biased against racial and ethnic minorities?
I believe it could be in instances, sure. I don't know that I would agree that it is as a blanket statement, but yes.
You indicated that you and a bit of a rarity have not seen the video that we were talking about earlier, but you did recall seeing an image from the video. Is that right?
I'm assuming it's from the video. It was just a still picture, and I think I saw it on a news website.
Do you recall what that still picture showed?
It showed police officer. I don't think I saw Mr. Floyd. I believe there was maybe a car on the edge of the picture. And that's all I can remember seeing.
Okay. You indicated that you had an uncle who worked for about 2 decades in a fairly large department. We won't identify which one it was. Is that right? As a deputy sheriff?
Yes, yes.
Are you close with your uncle?
Not super close.
Did you ever speak with your uncle about his line of work?
I'm sure I did over the years, yeah.
Has he ever shared stories with you about, just work-related stories?
Uh-huh, yes.
Can you recall any particular instances? Usually when an officer will share a story with somebody, it won't be about the time nothing happened, right?
Right. He served papers. So he'd shared a couple stories with me where people did not react well to being served papers. And one story of being, I believe he was bit in the jail by somebody in jail. But that's really all I can remember him talking about.
Sounds like a pretty difficult job in one's line of work. You don't expect to get bitten by people.
Sure.
And you also indicated that you do have a strong trust in police officers. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did state in response to counsel's question that you believe that you could evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same light as a non-police officer.
Yes.
But I need to ask you, if you were, say, walking down the street and you were looking for a particular place, say the IDS Center, you didn't know where it was, and there were two people, and one was a police officer and one was a bystander. And the police officer told you that the IDS Center was to the left, and the bystander told you that the IDS Center was actually to the right. Which direction would you follow?
Probably the police officer's direction. I would assume if he worked for the city, he would know.
And why is that? Why do you think you would follow the police officer's direction?
Because I guess I would assume that he would have had that question before, that he would have directed people in the city before.
And so based on that experience, you believe that the officer would be reliable, at least in terms of directions?
Yes.
Right. As opposed to the bystander, what would you question about the bystander's directions?
If I know nothing other than he's a bystander, I don't know that they were from the city. I don't know their background. I wouldn't assume that they knew more than the police officer knew.
I wanted to follow up with you. You indicated that your son did go to a protest.
Yes.
Did you talk to your son about going to the protest?
After, when I found out that he had gone.
Okay. This wasn't something he shared with you before?
No.
So, Mom, I'm going to a protest.
No,
And,
he did not.
okay, what was your reaction when you found out that your son went to this protest, hadn't told you about it, found out after the fact?
He was on the 35W bridge when the truck came through. So my reaction was that I was very frightened when he called and told me that.
Okay. I recall that story. What did he tell you about it?
He just told me he was on the bridge, that the truck came, that everybody ran. So
Were you upset with him for attending the protest in the first place? Was it more that you were upset finding out, I would imagine, about the truck incident on the 35?
I was upset about the truck incident. I wasn't angry with him for going. I was more concerned for his safety.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much, and thank you, ma'am, for your answers. Your Honor, the state will exercise a preemptory.
And Jury 87, you're excused from this panel, and so you won't have to serve on the jury. And in fact, you're excused from all jury service for now, unless we send you a summons in the future. You don't have to worry about being called about a different case during this term.
Okay.
So the deputy will escort you out and take some paperwork from you, and
Okay.
we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I've lost track. What number was that for the state?
87 state. We have 4 left.
I'm sorry, it was what number strike?
6. It was his 6th strike.
Okay. So you have 4 left. Got it. Before we bring the next, is the next jury coming? Okay.
Do not want
Yeah, can you hold on? Just hold them in the hallway. I just want council to be aware of something. Okay. Just so that council is aware, a variety of members of the media have been asking for more information about jurors or when it's going to be public, pressing us for a little more detail. And I've been emailing with the chief judge about that, and it's being communicated to the media, so I think you should be aware of what's being communicated to the media and even incorporate it in your voir dire if you wish. And that specifically is that nothing is going, we are currently releasing the race and the age decade of seated jurors. Everything else, because we have an anonymous jury, is remaining confidential. It is not being released publicly. When it will be released publicly is up to the court, and I have told Judge Barnett that I will order the release of the questionnaires and identifying information, a name, not an address, perhaps a single contact method, email, text, whatever, when I deem it safe to do so. That will be based mostly, as you all know, judges are very protective of our jurors. When I feel it is safe for the jurors, I will release their information, not before. And so if you want to incorporate that it's basically the court's decision to when to release such information, and the court will do so when it determines that it is safe to do so. So, because I know, Mr. Nelson, you've kind of tried to bring it up without saying what the court's going to do. I think if you can repeat that to the jurors, so, and of course that doesn't give anybody a date certain. It's my evaluation of the current situation, and at the time when a release is requested or on my own motion, it will be released when I deem it safe to do so. So, you may voir dire on that issue as well, using the court standard that has now been communicated to the media. All right, let's bring our next juror in, which is juror number 88. Good morning. If you could come right up here to this chair right next to me.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your patience and waiting as well.
Of course.
And in fact, you were the last one from, I believe, yesterday's group.
That is correct.
So we made you come back.
Yeah.
All right. Before I turn it over to the attorneys, I'm going to take care of a few matters, ask you a few questions. First of all, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you'll truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. We have plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you. The lawyers also have plexiglass in front of them. And I am going to continue to wear a mask, even though I've had one of the shots. My point being, because of the level of protection we have, you may remove your mask when you're being examined if it's more comfortable for you, or if you think you need to do so to speak clearly. But that's pretty much I'm leaving to you. And even if you take it off at some point, if you feel you want to put it back on, that's also okay. All right?
Okay.
Okay. First of all, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you for doing that and getting it back to us. It gives us a lot of information to start with. Was everything true on the questionnaire?
Yes.
All right. Any changes or additions that you can think of at this point?
No.
Okay. We have found it's very common that because of the delay between when you filled it out and now, several months, that you, on reflection, may think, oh, I should have put this in, I should probably add that, or even that was not accurate, or I have an opinion and it's evolved. It's different than it was when I filled out the questionnaire. Both honest opinions, but just it's changed. My point is, you should feel comfortable in giving an answer that is different from the questionnaire. So feel free to do that. What we're looking for is, honest, candid answers. The lawyers are probably going to be directing your attention to specific questions, and they'll even read the question and your answer. Not to be disrespectful, and don't take it as confrontational. It's more to refresh your memory as to what your answer was.
Sure, I appreciate that.
And when you hear those questions, again, you might say, "Oh, it has changed. I do need to add something." That's perfectly understandable. All right. Now, the questionnaire also advised you not to read any newspaper articles, online articles, media advisory, or any media about this case. Basically, stay away from the news about this case. But, again, we understand it's been a few months since the questionnaire. You inadvertently may have been exposed to some information about this case or related cases or the parties, anything like that. Maybe see a headline that has some substance in it, or see a news report and you can't turn the channel quick enough. Has that happened to you? Have you been exposed to anything since the questionnaire till today?
I have.
Okay, tell me what you recall seeing.
While at home, I've seen things on the television, and it's just easier and quicker for me to get up and leave the room, and then my husband will either change the channel or mute it.
Okay.
But I heard something about a payout from the city.
And did you hear any specifics about the amount or anything like that?
I don't recall the amount, but I remember hearing millions.
Okay. When you filled out the questionnaire and submitted it, did you think at that time you could be a fair and impartial juror?
Yes.
Did that news that you found out about, did that move you off that position, that maybe you can no longer be impartial, or it doesn't have any effect on my partiality? I could be the same fair and impartial juror as before.
Yes, I think I can be.
Okay. Do you think what effect do you think that hearing about that settlement will have on you?
Well, my initial reaction, of course, was shock, surprise.
Mm-hmm.
But then I just, kind of said to myself, well, I didn't hear all of it, so I don't know all of it.
Okay.
And then I just kind of brushed it away.
Okay. That's a good analogy.
Mm.
Any other information you found out about this case? And we know it's all inadvertent because you can't avoid news about this to some
Right.
degree.
I do recall hearing something about some jurors, like about maybe last week, that they were up to maybe 4 jurors.
Okay.
But that's really about it.
Okay, so just the progress we're making here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The important thing to do here is not to say, I haven't read anything, I don't know anything about this case. I don't think there's anybody who knows nothing about this case.
Right.
There are varying degrees of knowledge. Some people have seen a lot, heard a lot, read a lot. Others have seen something but don't recall exactly. And the question is whether you've seen a lot or a little. Can you put all that aside and decide this case just on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom?
Yes, I believe so.
In fact, for example, getting back to that settlement, that's not going to be a part of this case because it was a different lawsuit, different parties, different laws, different issues.
Civil.
Yeah. That's an example of something you heard about, but you have to put aside because it's not going to be in this courtroom. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Do you think you could do that as far as all you've heard about this case? Kind of put aside what you may have heard outside the courtroom, sweep it away, brush it away, and just focus on the evidence and follow the law that I give to you?
Yes.
And as you sit here right now, do you think you are an impartial juror?
Yes.
Okay, great. Did you recognize any witnesses that were on the witness list?
Yes.
Okay. What type of work do they do? Let's start with that.
I have no idea.
Okay. Is it just one person?
Yes.
Are they in law enforcement?
No.
Okay. Is this a neighbor, acquaintance?
An acquaintance.
Okay. Do you think if that person were to testify, that you would treat them the same as any other witness who comes before us.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to order that we go off the audio. As you know, the audio is being broadcast. But I'd like to ask you a question that might be more specific and might identify yourself. So I don't want to do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I think what I'm going to do is order that under the rules that this would involve specific information that might identify the jurors, and so we'll go off audio at this time. All right, we are back on audio after a discussion with the juror. They have been excused by the court for cause. Reminder to the press that there's no reporting of the substance of an off the record, or rather off audio discussion. It is in essence an in-camera examination. So with that, let's take a 20-minute break. Let's come back at 10 minutes to 11. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record. Just to establish, the court did excuse the last juror for cause. It is apparent that this juror was acquainted with one of the witnesses in this case, who is a central person in the state's case and would be testifying about fairly sensitive material. I think her acquaintance, which is close enough for her to bring it up, and the court evaluated it, thought that it was too close a connection to a central witness that a cause challenge would be appropriate, or a cause excusal would be appropriate. I would note that given the nature of the witness's testimony who's going to be testifying, that it could affect the witness's testimony in that they look out and they see an acquaintance who they know, and it would be, I'm sure, uncomfortable for them first to share it in front of a jury, but then a jury that it contains someone they know. So for all those reasons, the court, on its own motion, granted the cause challenge. And we'll move to the next group, which is a group advisory before we begin. Anything else for the record, though? Mr. Larson, you want to check in the hallway and see if, you'll know what I mean. All right, take any seat that's available. All right, good morning. Be seated. First of all, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Great. And when I ask some questions, there may be yes or no. If it's yes, raise your hand in response. Well, first of all, my name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the district court. And you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure that the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you for filling out and returning the questionnaire that was mailed to you. Your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best assured by continuing to provide full and complete answers to the questions that you're going to be asked today. Those questions will follow up on issues from the questionnaire, but also other topics. Now, after the questioning is over, the attorneys will have the right to excuse some of you from service on this jury, and I may excuse others of you for what is called cause. In either case, it does not mean that you are not a fair person, and you should not take offense in being excused. Also ask that you not take any offense at any question that might be asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore opinions you might hold and to discuss experiences that you've had that might affect your ability to serve in this case. Well, the defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. In the normal course of a trial, charges may be added or subtracted from that, but those are the charges as it stands. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. I'm now going to have the participants introduce themselves to you. The question being, do you have an acquaintance or a friendship with any of these people, or even a professional relationship? So, first for the state.
Good morning. My name is Steve Slisher, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Hello, my name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm assistant with the prosecution.
Joshua Larson, also representing the state of Minnesota.
Good morning, Erin Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
And Mr. Nelson, if you could introduce your client and yourself.
Morning, my name is Eric Nelson, along with Christina Boss. We represent the defendant, Derek Chauvin.
Anybody recognize, have a relationship with anybody who's introduced themselves? Does anybody recognize, have a relationship with somebody who is in the courtroom other than those who have introduced themselves? All right, thank you. Other members of the Office of the Minnesota Attorney General might also be appearing in this case. Does anybody know Attorney General Keith Ellison, Jerry Blackwell, or anyone else who works for the Office of the Minnesota Attorney General? Okay, no hands, thank you. Now, you have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses. Please review it before you are questioned individually. The question is going to be if you know anyone on that list. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do during jury selection is to instruct you on the law. But I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases, so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of this jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial, unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. If you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given a witness's testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect. In determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, relationship to the parties, ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, their manner, their age and experience, their frankness and sincerity, or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, there are certain things you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigators. You are not to go out to do any looking, and you are not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers, witnesses, or spectators. They know that it would be improper to contact you except through the normal selection process, and they will confine themselves to a brief greeting. So please do not be offended if the attorneys, witnesses, or spectators do not speak to you. During the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. Since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So please, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror or to comment on this trial. You may access those social media tools, hopefully avoiding any news coverage that might be in those media tools, but please do not publish any information about this case or your thoughts about this case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about this case, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Because of the nature of the charges, this case is receiving media coverage. Do not read about this case in the newspaper or online or in your social media, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. Now, this trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or other jurors, any other juror, will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number to respect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast, unless we need to discuss something deeply personal or extremely sensitive or embarrassing, and I specifically order the audio to not be broadcast. And you might hear me, unfortunately, use one of our legal phrases for it as an in-camera examination. That does not mean cameras. It means in private. That's the problem when we use legal jargon sometimes. So if you hear me say that phrase, you're not going on camera. So please understand that. As I said, generally your audio will be broadcast, but if there is anything extremely sensitive, embarrassing, deeply personal, or, in this case, if it would tend to identify you, we will go off audio so that the only people who can hear the audio are the people who are in this room. In that case, as I said, you'll still have to answer questions and it will still be part of the record, but without audio or video broadcast. All right, with the exception of juror number 89, check my notes, who will remain. The other juror will go back with the deputy to the other courtroom to wait. Feel free to use all the hand sanitizer you want. All right. I'm going to put my mask back on and ask juror number 89 to come on up here to the witness stand. Good morning. Have a seat. Before we begin, I'm going to swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
Okay. All right. It looks like you are able to project your voice, so I'm not concerned about picking up your voice, but if you could just move a little closer. We have plexiglass in front of you, between us, and also the lawyers have their own plexiglass screen in front of them. I'm going to continue to wear my mask, but the point being, you can take yours off.
Thank you.
If at any time you want to put it back on, feel free. I leave the mask or unmask entirely to you. These precautions should be enough if you are unmasked. Okay. A few questions I have before I turn it over to the attorneys. First of all, you filled out the questionnaire, and thank you for doing so. A lot of good information for us to start with. Is everything on the questionnaire true?
Yes.
Okay. Any changes or additions to the questionnaire?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a general question. When the attorneys are asking you questions, it may prompt a memory, and you may want to add something that wasn't on the questionnaire.
Okay.
And we understand it was couple months ago that you filled out the questionnaire. Since then, in reflection, you may realize there's something you should have added, or something was inaccurate, or even your opinion that you held is now evolved in some way. Regardless, the point being, I want you to be comfortable giving an answer, if it's honest, that is different or additional to the questionnaire. Okay?
Okay.
You were not supposed to read any articles. The questionnaire advised you to avoid the media about this case. We recognize a couple things. It's been a couple months and the news coverage has been extensive, even as recently as this week and last week. And so the question I have for you is, did you inadvertently, despite your best efforts, inadvertently get exposed to any news coverage, a headline, a blurb on the TV news before you could leave the room? Anything like that?
Yes.
Yeah. What did you learn?
The city of Minneapolis settlement.
Okay.
I heard that on the headline radio.
Okay. And what details did you learn? Any amounts? Or?
The amount.
Okay. What do you recall it to be?
27 million.
All right. Anything else you know about the settlement, other than there was a settlement for $27 million?
No.
Okay. When you filled out the questionnaire, I think you think I know this by now. I think it was question 10 in the first part. Asked you if you could be a fair and impartial juror, and you said yes. That was when you filled out the questionnaire. Has any of the news you've heard, like even in addition to that settlement discussion, has that moved you in any way off of being impartial?
I don't think so.
Okay, tell me about that. What effect do you think it would have on you, if any?
Boy. I don't know. I want to consider all sides.
Okay.
I know I've turned off the radio or television,
Okay.
change the channels when any news stories come, but I don't know how it. I'm doing my best to avoid it.
Oh yeah,
So-
and we know everybody has. It's almost impossible.
Right.
And so every juror I think who's come in has said since they filled out the questionnaire they've been exposed to some inadvertently. It's
Right.
not, despite your best efforts. We understand that. The question is, do you think that hearing about, for example, that settlement or any other fact, do you think that's going to bias you in some way? And maybe you're here, you're fair and impartial, you're kind of neutral in the middle. Did that move the needle at all, that you might be pushed towards one side or the other?
I don't think so.
Okay. And the attorneys will probably follow up on that. But I'm just essentially going to advise you that's not going to be in evidence. It's a different case, different parties, different legal issues, different laws that apply. Can you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. And not just the settlement, generally everything you've heard about, even before you filled out the questionnaire and knew that you might be a juror in this case, can you put everything you've heard before today aside if you're a juror and decide the case just on what you hear in the courtroom and to decide it according to the laws I give it to you?
I believe I can.
Okay, great. I'll shift to an easier question. Did you recognize any witnesses that are on the witness list?
I did not.
Okay. We estimate that this trial will be 4 weeks once we start, and then deliberation after that, or as part of the 4 weeks. As you've already seen, there can be a little delay every now and then that we don't anticipate. Can you make that time frame work for your personal, professional life?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions for me before I turn you over to the attorneys?
I don't think so.
All right. Then with regard to the juror number 89, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. We know things do get a little delayed here and there. So, few questions I'm going to ask you initially, just kind of general questions, get to know you, kind of how you think a little bit. And then I want to follow up with some of your responses to the questionnaire. Again, we know it was a couple months ago you filled it out, so we're not trying to trick you. I'll actually just read you what you wrote, okay?
Yes.
I think only one person has actually kept a copy of it so far.
Okay.
Let's assume you and I met under a different circumstance. We're at some sort of a social event, and we're engaged in conversation. Our first conversation, what are a couple things I learn about you during that conversation?
I'm a nurse. I live alone.
Okay. What do you like to do in your spare time?
Oh, I read, I watch television, I visit my nieces and nephews.
Great. And you live here in the cities generally?
In Edina.
All right. If you obviously had heard about this case before you got your jury summons, right?
Yes.
And you had certain knowledge, or you had learned things from the news, right?
Yes.
Maybe talk to friends about it, form some opinions, etc. But then you learned, because you received this packet, that you're a potential juror in this case. So what was your initial reaction to learning that you were going to be a potential juror in this case?
Ambivalence. It's a big case with the media, and I think it'll have a lot of repercussions on a lot of lives. So Not real excited about it. So
Fair enough. Well, let me ask you, did you have concerns about your personal or physical safety? Did you have concerns about COVID? Did you?
maybe safety after the trial
Okay.
would be my concern.
Well, let me ask you, when you got to the government center, were you here yesterday?
I was not.
Okay, my days are kind of running together here. So, when you got to the government center this morning and you kind of saw the state of things down here, what was your reaction to that?
I didn't really see much. I drove around the block a number of times
Okay.
trying to find the parking entrance, but
Okay.
I don't know, insecurity coming in, you know.
Right. I mean, it's not normal to see Humvees and machine guns downtown Minneapolis.
I did not see that.
Oh,
So.
you didn't? Okay.
No.
All right. Well, does the security that they have installed, does that make you feel better about your personal safety during the trial? Ambivalent? Less safe?
I feel safe.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. When the judge this afternoon or this morning told you that we're doing what we can to protect your anonymity, how did that make you feel?
Reassured.
Okay. Now, ultimately, at some point, your name may be released to the public. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And ultimately, we don't know when that will be, but it will be when the court feels that it's safe to do so. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Does that make you feel better?
Kind of.
Okay. Why only kind of?
Yeah, I don't know how comfortable I am with my name being out there afterwards.
Okay. I mean, even if it's a long time down the road?
Well, maybe, but I've seen Dateline where they've interviewed jurors and stuff, and I wouldn't want any part of that.
Okay. So, you can obviously choose to talk to people or not
Correct.
talk to people, but
Correct.
you understand that at
Yes.
some point, I guess let's put it this way. If you were selected as a juror, right, and you're tasked with rendering a verdict in this case, would your concerns about your anonymity, would it influence your decision-making process?
I don't think so.
Would you be more inclined to vote one way or another based on what you perceive the public reaction would be to that verdict?
No.
Okay, good. Now, again, I understand you're a nurse, and we don't want you to identify where you work, or the type of nursing you do. But I'm assuming in the course of your professional career or in the course of your personal life, at some point you have been called upon to resolve conflict between two or more people, right?
Yes.
How do you generally approach the resolution of conflict?
I listen to each side and try and restate what I've heard, and come up with a solution.
Okay,
So,
fair enough. Obviously, this case may involve quite a few numbers of conflict, right?
yes.
There's obviously the big conflict between Mr. Chauvin and the state of Minnesota. That's one thing you'll have to resolve. There may be conflicts that emerge in the jury room, or there may be conflict between testimony of two witnesses. Right? So I just kind of want to talk about those.
Okay.
Ultimately, in terms of the big context or the big conflict, are you the type of, or would you be able to pay attention to the evidence as it's presented in court, decide this case based on the evidence alone, and kind of ignore everything else that you've heard from before?
I believe I could.
All right. I have to press you a little bit on
Yes.
that. Can you, or do you simply believe you can?
I can.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, in terms of, imagine you're in the jury room, and there's conflict that emerges between two groups of jurors, right? And you're not really sure what you think yet, right, about whatever the issue may be. It's hard to put it in the abstract, obviously, but so you have two groups that are different. How do you approach the resolution of that kind of contact to try to conflict to try to build consensus?
Well, if I'm on one side versus another, of course I'll state why I believe this. And if I'm in the middle and not undecided, I would want to listen to both sides.
Okay. Kind of see what pieces of information
they're pulling as important, or
Okay.
as related.
Do you think is it a remarkably different analysis if you're undecided and kind of neutral on the issue versus having a position or being involved in the conflict yourself? So let me put it in I know it's a very broad and abstract way to ask a question. Let's assume that you have not made up your mind about a particular issue in this case.
Okay.
And what you're saying is you're going to listen to these two sides, you're going to hear both sides, and then you're going to use that information to form your own opinion in one hand. Is the analysis different if you've already made up your mind, right? If you say, I know what I think about this issue, do you approach that differently?
I think so.
How so?
I'd probably give more weight to my opinion than somebody else's.
Okay. So are you the type of person that will simply agree with someone else just to build consensus and get this over with?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to re-examine your own opinions and listen to the other side?
Yes.
Good. Now, again, within the context of conflict in the case, you may have two witnesses that are observing the same event, and they may perceive that event to be completely different, right? How do you resolve that type of conflict in terms of, should we believe this person's perception, or should we believe that person's perception?
Well, and with my background of work, I know everybody has different perceptions of seeing the same event. I probably have to weigh each one and decide, if they're very conflicting, why that is.
Okay. And so, what tools do you bring to that analysis? Do you look at what other people may say? Do you look at what other evidence there may be? Right? How as a way of explaining?
Yeah, definitely. I would say evidence, notes made during questioning.
Okay, fair enough. Can you think of a situation in your life where you were 100% certain about something, only later to learn you were wrong?
Yes.
Okay. How do you react to that type of a situation?
Well, try and admit that I was wrong.
Okay. Do you take that experience and apply it to future events, or do you kind of blow it off?
No, definitely don't jump to conclusions.
Okay, great. Now, your role, you would be considered what's called a judge of the facts, and your job is to decide what happened here in this particular case, right? And at the end of the case, the judge is going to present you with the rules of law that you need to apply. And you may read those rules and you may disagree. You may think that the judge is wrong, or you may think that the law should be changed, right? Can you follow the law as the judge gives it to you, even if you disagree with the judge, or you think the law should be changed?
Yes, that's the law.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to follow up with just a few questions on your questionnaire. Again, thank you so much for taking the time to fill this out. Your answers were very thorough, and we all appreciate that. There's a series of questions and references to a video that you may have seen, and I think you said 4 or 5 times, something like that. There were several videos that were released publicly. There's what we refer to as a bystander video. There are body-worn cameras, and there were some surveillance videos that were released. Which videos or videos do you think you've seen?
I don't know, probably bystander.
Okay.
On the news.
All right. It appeared to be someone standing off to the side?
Behind the police car.
Okay. And did you watch that video in its entirety?
No, I did not.
Are you, when you say you saw it 4 to 5 times, are you referring to bits
Pieces.
Was that presented in the media? Or did you just see, like, scrolling through Facebook?
Yeah, no, it would have been on television.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you that you try not to talk over each other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because it makes it hard for the court to do the record now.
Thank you.
And it's a normal part of conversation when we're out on the street, but we have to be a little more formal here. So, Mr. Nelson, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that video that you're referencing, you saw bits and pieces of it on the news a few times,
Yes.
right? But you never went onto the internet, downloaded the whole video, and watched it from start to finish?
No, I did not.
Okay. You were asked to recite what you recall from hearing about this case on the questionnaire, and I have a few questions about that. You understand that the police were called to a store, a grocery store is how you describe it, and that the police attempted to arrest or place Mr. Floyd in the back of a police car. He resisted, citing claustrophobia, and ended up on the ground beside the police car. Right. Do you remember that, seeing that in that video, or did you just hear about that in the news? How did you learn that information?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that. Probably heard it through the news on TV.
Okay. Because you write, this is what I know from the video that was broadcast around the world. So I just want to, maybe you did see other videos, or you just heard discussion of other videos?
Probably discussion. I don't remember seeing how he got on the ground.
Okay. And then you wrote that the police continued to restrain George Floyd in this manner, meaning with his, I believe you said, officers were kneeling on his body. You said police continued to restrain George Floyd in this manner for 7 or 8 minutes until he was no longer conscious and or moving. I do not know what happened to George Floyd after he was no longer conscious or alive. Fair statement of what you recall from this?
Yes.
All right. Being a nurse, right, do you think that you would view that type of evidence differently than an average citizen?
Probably.
Someone who doesn't have medical training?
Probably.
How do you think your professional background impacts or influences how you may look at video evidence or medical evidence?
I recognize the amount of time that a person can be without air before they're unconscious.
Mm-hmm. So if there's conflict with respect to why that person may be lacking air, do you think that you would draw, and you hear two conflicting opinions about that, right? Do you think you would be, do you think your personal training may bias or impact how you listen to medical evidence? Right? If one witness comes in and says the human body can withstand not having oxygen for a half an hour, right? And another one comes in and says, no, human body needs air every 3 seconds, right? Or, some kind of something to be wrong based on your training.
Right.
You would obviously draw upon your own personal knowledge in that instance, right?
Yes.
But let's assume that it's a closer question between two people, right? Between two medical experts. Do you think you would, your personal training would impact how you, or the credibility you assess to those people, those two witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things you're told is you have to set aside, we all have our personal experiences, right?
Yes.
And you are required to judge this case based exclusively on the evidence that's presented in court. So how do you set aside your personal training, your personal knowledge, and judge the case on the facts as presented in court in that instance?
I'd have to weigh what the expert would say,
Okay.
and then how the judge directs to follow
Okay.
the law.
You were asked a series of questions about your general impression of both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd, and you, with respect to both, you had a neutral opinion as to both.
Yes.
Do you recall that? In terms of Mr. Chauvin, you wrote, "I am not sure what training the defendants had for this kind of event. I don't know who was in charge, how the whole encounter started, or what frame of mind they were in." Right?
Right.
Can you just kind of, I mean, what in your opinion, sitting here now, how do those things impact your impression of Mr. Chauvin?
Well, I suppose based on the training that's given, that would tell me if he was utilizing the training given.
Okay.
His knowledge of the training given.
Fair enough.
So,
And in terms of Mr. Floyd, you wrote, "Did George Floyd resist? Did he cooperate initially? Was George Floyd armed?" Right?
Right.
So what I'm gathering is that you think that there's potentially more to this story than what you may have seen on the news. Is that a fair assessment?
yes, I don't know the whole story.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, the story has to be based, or the verdict, I should say, has to be based on the evidence that's presented in court. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And ultimately, you are asked whether, no matter what you have heard, no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And your answer was?
Yes.
You indicated that you had talked with your friends or family members about the case, or potentially posted on social media. Let me ask you, did you ever post anything about this case on social media?
I have not.
But you've had conversations with friends and coworkers and things of that nature.
Family, yeah.
And the question, or what opinions you may have expressed, you said, "How could police kneel on someone until dead? Was kneeling on him appropriate?" So are you asking these questions in the abstract, or do you have an opinion that this was too long to kneel on someone?
I suppose probably asking abstractly, but
Well, let me ask you more concretely then. Have you formed an opinion as to the actions of Mr. Chauvin?
I have not.
So whether you're asking the question of how could it be this long, right?
Okay.
Is that indicative of an opinion that you think it was too long?
Sounds like it, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I have to take you at face value. I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? I'm trying to see what's
I
in your-
suppose knowing that Mr. Floyd died, I would say yes, it was too long.
Okay. So have you formed an opinion as to Mr. Floyd's cause of death?
I don't know. No, I don't think I have.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to have you formed an opinion as to who is responsible for Mr. Floyd's death?
I have not.
I just want to remind you of one thing that was listed in the questionnaire is that if there's anything that you want to speak about privately, we have the ability to shut off and do that in-camera review.
Okay.
And there are a few things that you wrote in here that I think are personal. I don't know. Some people are comfortable talking about contacts with police and family members and things publicly, and others aren't. So I have a question. There's some questions about some of your past experiences. Would you prefer that we do that privately, or are you comfortable answering them on the record over the air? It's up to you.
Privately.
I'll take that as private.
Privately.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree, Your Honor.
All right, we will, finding that these are deeply personal matters, under the rule, I'm going to order that the audio be turned off for broadcast purposes. topic, so we are back on audio. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, in the questionnaire, you were asked a series of questions about, there were a series of these kind of broad blanket statements, and you were asked to agree or disagree, essentially, or rank your opinion on these statements. I'd like to follow up. I know that they're very broad and there may be nuance to answers, but I wanted to follow up on a couple of these. There is a question that says, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. That's a weird statement, so I'll read it again. Discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you somewhat disagreed with that. Why would you somewhat disagree?
I don't know that the media makes it as bad as it seems to me.
Okay. So that
I
was
disagree with the whole, the statement that the media makes it worse. I don't agree with that.
Right, because the next statement is blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that.
Yes, I do.
So, in terms of your opinion, right?
Right.
I mean, you understand that, or it's your belief that discrimination exists.
Yes.
And that it's bad.
Yes.
And that as a result of that discrimination, black and other minorities do not receive equal treatment. You would agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So the question becomes based on that opinion, right?
Yes.
Is that going to affect your judgment of this case? If this case is not about race at all, for example, right?
Right.
And it's a question of police practice and cause of death, are you going to is your judgment going to be impacted by your opinions as to discrimination in this?
No.
So if a police officer has an interaction with a minority, does that automatically make it discrimination, I guess?
No. No.
All right. You also, I think, have a fairly healthy respect for law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The question is presented, or the statement is presented, police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree with that.
Yes.
Right? There's a statement, a similar statement that says, I do not trust the police, and you somewhat disagree with that. Is there?
I don't distrust the police.
Okay.
Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the police make you feel safe, and you strongly agree with that.
Right.
But when it says, I don't trust the police, you don't strongly disagree. You somewhat disagree. So I'm asking, I guess, what is it that gives you some reservation to say, I don't trust the police?
They're human.
Okay, fair enough. Which, my last question on these statements, there's a statement that says, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty, and you somewhat disagree with that. So would you agree that converse is true, that there are circumstances wherein police decision-making needs to be examined?
Yes.
If a person testifies and they're a police officer, do you give their testimony more weight simply by virtue of the fact that they're a police officer?
No.
I think you said they're all human, right? Or we're
yes,
all human.
Exactly.
You indicated, or you were asked a series of questions about both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. Your opinion about the statement Black Lives Matter is somewhat favorable, and your opinion as to the Blue Lives Matter is somewhat unfavorable. So I'll read to you what you wrote. With respect to Black Lives Matter, you wrote, I believe that black lives do matter, and that this group is trying to highlight the injustices done to black people, especially for just being black. You'd stand by that proposition?
Yes.
Again, I mean, knowing that this case if I were to say this case is not about race, right?
Right.
Can you set aside your perception of the Black Lives Matter or the Blue Lives Matter and judge the case based on the
its
evidence?
merit. Yes.
Great. Finally, ma'am, you were asked, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked the box, not sure, and you wrote, this is an important case. The decision made by the jury will have a national consequence that is a heavy weight to carry no matter the outcome. So let me ask you, can you envision a situation, or can you envision the very real possibility that your verdict may be not guilty?
Yes.
Can you likewise envision a scenario where your verdict would be guilty?
Yes.
Can you apply the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Will you?
Yes, I will.
So, to put it in another way, this is, pay is terrible, right? To be a juror, it's a hard job. It requires a lot of attention. Why should you be a juror on this case?
I think I can be impartial and listen to instructions and go with what I'm given and ignore the outside stuff.
Fair enough. If I may have a moment, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I just have a few more questions for you. Again, without identifying the location of where you work, do you work in an emergency room, or have you ever worked in an emergency room?
No.
Okay. So have you ever been in a situation as a registered nurse where you are engaged in resuscitative efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And again, do you think that those experiences may impact how you view what was done in this particular case?
And that we all use our life experiences to make judgments.
So let's there was that question about questioning police decision making, right?
Yes.
In that those events where you're attempting to resuscitate someone, it's a hectic scene, right?
It is, yes.
And a lot of split-second decisions are made,
Yes.
right? Would you be second-guessing resuscitative efforts if you're watching them, happen? Do you think it's fair to second-guess resuscitative efforts or doctors' decisions?
not as it's happening.
After the fact?
We debrief after Code Blues.
Okay.
So then we look at what went wrong, what went right.
Okay. Fair enough. If I may have just another moment. Sorry, Your Honor, it's just one of those issues. All right, imagine you're in the deliberation room, right? And the subject of the medical stuff comes up, of medical issues come up. Do you go to the jurors and say, I'm a nurse, I know better, this is what we need to do, if you think that the jurors are wrong?
I guess it would depend on my instructions of what we can consider.
Nelson, would you mind if I jump in?
No, please.
I think what we're trying to get at is, let's go back to the concept of a fair trial, which is kind of a hard to define term.
Right.
But one of the elements of a fair trial is that we're all working off the same script. In other words, the lawyers know what it is you're considering, both for the state and for the defense. And so you can't be the expert witness in the jury room because no one knows what you're saying as far as that goes. When you're providing essentially what would be described as evidence as opposed to evaluation of evidence that is there, you might understand the terminology that they use more readily than another juror. But can you avoid being the expert witness in the jury room?
I'm not a witness, so
Okay.
As you're explaining it, yes.
So does that make some sense?
Yes.
And you can see why
Yes.
both sides might have a concern.
Right.
They want to know what the evidence is that you're considering, and you cannot add to the evidence with your own expert opinion.
I understand. Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right.
Can you do that?
Can I do that? Yes.
Okay. One more moment.
Mr. Slisher, give me a quick moment. You can go to the lectern. I just have to talk to Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
You've been in the nursing field for a long time, and without identifying any particular facilities you worked at, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the different types of nursing positions you've held through the years. Perhaps starting with the most recent one that you hold now. What is your job like?
Busy, very busy. I work with ventilated patients, and with COVID, there's a lot of people coming to us on ventilators. Nursing care's busy.
As you look around the courtroom and you see the measures that they've taken to safeguard us during this COVID period, are you satisfied with these measures?
Yes.
Do you think they're too far or more than necessary?
Well, I think they're about right.
Okay. What about the job you had before you were focusing on the patient ventilation?
It was with cardiac care.
Okay.
So, an intensive care kind of setting. So, I don't know what you want to know about it. But
Well, what do you do as a cardiac care nurse?
take care of patients, keep them alive. There's different treatments. I don't know if they've had a heart attack. Sometimes there's a hypothermia treatment. There's a balloon pump treatment. There's different ways of going. We get them better so they can get out of the ICU.
As an RN, you dispense medication.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Including controlled substances.
Yes.
And can you describe some of the measures that are in place to make sure that controlled substances go to the patient and not anywhere else?
Yes. We dispense from a machine and have a password, and so there's an internal record of any med you take out. There's witnesses to waste if you don't give a full dose of a controlled substance.
Do you believe that the focus at your hospital has placed on issues regarding opiates has increased over the years?
That we're using opiates more? Is that
The
what
potential diversion of opiates, I guess, is what.
Oh, well, it's been brought to our attention recently. I think someone was dismissed for that. But, so, yeah, they're starting to focus on that.
Have you come across a number of opiate-addicted patients in your practice?
Yes.
Do you think that opiate addiction is more prevalent than it was, say, when you started nursing back in, was it 2003 approximately?
1994 is when I started nursing.
Okay, you must have been a nurse before you were an RN then.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Did you start as an LPN? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, probably more. I see more opiate addicted patients now.
Do you attribute opiate addiction to any particular group or type of person, or have you found in your practice it can be
It can be anybody, yes.
Okay. You obviously know how to perform CPR.
Yes.
Have you ever been in a situation where you're not at your job, where you've had to render aid to somebody, be it CPR or some other type of emergency aid beyond applying a Band-Aid?
I have not.
What would you do in a circumstance in which you came upon an incident and you thought that somebody needed your help? Would you jump in to help?
Yes, I would.
Why is that?
That's what I do. And part of being human, I have that compassion. If it were me, I'd want somebody to step up and try and help.
Do you feel that you have any other a special obligation given your training?
As a nurse, I feel obligated to help someone who needs medical assistance, yes.
On the questionnaire, when you were discussing general impressions of the defendants, you remarked that you weren't sure what kind of training the defendants had for this type of event. Can you tell me what would you be interested in learning about what kind of training a defendant may have, a police officer may have?
Probably de-escalation and restraining.
You also indicated that you would want to know whether or not George Floyd was armed.
I think that would affect the officer's decision on how to act, yes.
You indicated that you somewhat disagree with the notion of defunding the Minneapolis Police Department. Can you tell me why that is?
Well, I don't want their finances taken away. I believe the police have a job to do, and for the most part, it gets done. So they need money for that. And to take money away would probably make less police available.
And that would not improve the situation.
Right.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your answers to my questions today. If you may give me a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. The state passes for cause.
All right, juror number 89, you will serve on this jury. And so we'll let that sink in. We're going to have you come back on March 29th at 9 a.m. That's when we're going to start the trial. But make sure you answer any phone calls or communications from the court, because as you've already seen, sometimes we end up with some delays, and that's possible. We're pretty confident in that start time, so if nothing else, we will call simply to remind you that we're set to go on that date and time. Okay. In the meantime, we started by telling people to avoid any media coverage about this case. The more you can avoid the news generally, because it's so prevalent. Yeah. If you could do that, that'd be appreciated.
Okay.
You can go, the deputy's going to take some paperwork from you, but also give you some further instructions, and then we'll see you on March 29th.
Thank you.
All right, it's almost 12:15. We're going to take our noon break. Let's try and reconvene at 1:15. We might not start till 1:30, but let's give it a shot. We still have one juror from the morning who Mr. Schaefer has advised that he's on his lunch break, and we've given them lunch. So let's come back 1:15, hopefully with that juror, and then we'll move to the afternoon group. All right, thank you. All right, this will be juror number 90.
He's indicated a request for private conversation, Your Honor. Questions 6 and 8 on page 13.
Drew, come on up. Have a seat. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Couple things before I turn the questioning over to the attorneys. First, to note that you did indicate a need for privacy for some, so we're going to respect that. We'll probably take care of that first, but a couple of preliminary questions. Well, first of all, let me swear you in so that all your answers are under oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, you filled out a questionnaire, and thank you. That was a great help to get us started. Was everything true on that questionnaire?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was everything true on that questionnaire as far as your answers?
Yes.
Okay. As you sit here right now, any changes or additions to that questionnaire?
I don't believe so at this time.
Okay, and that's a very general question. What we find is that because of the passage of a few months, that many jurors find that, on reflection, that some of the things they say could be wrong, or they need to add certain facts, or maybe even their opinions have evolved. And so, if anything like that comes up, I just want you to feel comfortable saying something different or additional that was not in the questionnaire. Okay?
I understand.
All right. You were not supposed to read any newspaper articles or really any news through any media about this case. But we understand it's been a few months since the questionnaire. You may have been exposed inadvertently because there have been a lot of news about this case. Can you think of anything you've been exposed to since you filled out the questionnaire and today as far as news information?
The only news that I can recall reading about this case since I filled out the questionnaire was awareness of the fact that jury selection was proceeding.
All right. In fact, I forgot to say, your voice is nice and strong, so it's not a problem, but we have plexiglass in front of you and between us, and also plexiglass in front of the attorneys. I'll keep my mask on, but if you wanted to remove your mask either for comfort or to speak more clearly, feel free to do so. I'm kind of leaving that in your hands. And even if you do remove it at some point, you can put it back on. It's totally up to you. But in any case, did you hear about any related cases, parties, lawsuits, anything like that since you filled out the questionnaire?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. The whole point of this being that just about everybody who has filled out the questionnaire has heard something about the case. Some of it might be accurate, some of it might not be, but we don't expect that you've not heard anything, or even that you have not formed an opinion. It's perfectly fine to form opinions based on what you've heard. What you have to do, however, if you're a juror, is to put all that aside. Decide this case just on the facts and just on the law that I give you. Some jurors will say, I can do that. Others will say, either A, I'm not the type of person who can do that, or I read so much and know so much and have been so firmly entrenched in my opinion that I can't be that person. So that's the whole point of asking the questions about what you know. At this point, do you think you could be fair and impartial?
I do.
Okay. Can you decide the case only on what you hear and see in the courtroom?
I believe so.
Okay. The lawyers are probably going to press you a little more on that. Let me ask you an easier question. Do you recognize any witnesses on the witness list?
No.
Okay. And this trial is going to be about 4 weeks long once we start on March 29th. Does that work for you, or can you make it work with your personal and professional life?
Would I be expected to sequester during that time?
It's a possibility. We're not planning on it during the trial. Definitely sequestered during deliberations.
Understood.
Okay, possibly during trial, but that's not the plan. But if things happen that we have to, we have to.
I believe I could.
Okay. Then I'm going to find under the rules that there are items on your questionnaire that require more private conversation. So what I'm going to do at this time is, under the rules, find that these are deeply personal items that need discussion off audio. So we will go off the audio. Nelson to ask some questions.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a few questions just to kind of get to know you a little bit better, and then I'm going to focus on some of your responses to the questionnaire, okay?
Understood.
I'm not trying to trick you or anything of that nature. I'll obviously read what you wrote for purposes of your recollection as well as the record, okay?
Understood.
All right, so let's assume you and I were to meet in a different circumstance. We met at a party or some social event, and we strike up a conversation. What are a couple of things I'm going to learn about you during that conversation?
Likely that my job. I work as an IT systems administrator, and my love of tabletop games.
Okay, great. When you received, you obviously had heard about this case beforehand, right? Before you knew you were a potential juror.
Yes.
And I think based on your questionnaire, you followed it quite closely. You and your friends followed it quite closely.
Yes.
All right. And then you received this packet of information in the mail, and you learned that you were a potential juror on this case. What was your first response to that?
A deep breath, running my hands through my hair, and swearing quietly.
Okay. Why that response? I mean,
This is a very high-profile case, one where being involved in it at all, even as a potential juror, has made me feel somewhat concerned for my well-being, and because the idea of being involved in a high-profile case like this is a daunting responsibility.
okay. So what about your personal safety? I mean, why were you concerned about your personal safety?
Because, with all due respect to this court and its proceedings, I assume that my identity is stored in some electronic record somewhere, and from my job I know that no electronic record is completely safe. And frankly, I feel that whichever way this case is decided, a lot of people are going to be very angry about that.
Okay. Is there one verdict? There's two possible verdicts, right? Guilty or not guilty. Is there one verdict that you think would draw a more a response that would put your safety in greater jeopardy?
Yes.
Would you would that concern or that fear affect your ability to reach that verdict?
No.
Okay. So I believe, based on your answers from your questionnaire, that you would be more concerned that if there was a guilty verdict of who may present you with harm.
Can you clarify the question, please?
Based on your answers in the questionnaire, which we'll talk about in a little bit, I believe that you feel that if you were to convict Mr. Chauvin of these offenses, the likelihood of harm is greater.
Yes.
Okay. So from people who might support Mr. Chauvin, they would present you with a greater risk.
Yes.
And so my question is, sitting here right now, can you foresee yourself voting not guilty?
Voting not guilty? Yes.
Okay. So you understand that that's a possibility.
Yes.
And guilty is a possibility as well.
Yes.
And so your concern, let me ask you this, when you got to the government center this morning or earlier today and you saw the fortifications and the army and all of that stuff, what was your reaction to that?
I felt very nervous, even as someone who I knew was required by law to be here. I felt very nervous passing through that.
Okay. Did you feel in any way safer, or did it make you more concerned about your physical safety?
In one respect, I felt safer because I knew I wouldn't need to worry about the possibility of some unforeseen actor coming in from the outside and disrupting things. On the other hand, it makes me feel a little more concerned simply on the grounds that it makes me feel that clearly the government feels all these precautions are necessary.
Okay. And you may disagree with the necessity of these precautions?
I think the precautions are probably... I understand why the government chose to put these precautions in place. I do not necessarily disagree with that necessity. It's just that it implies to me that there was some reason they believed why it was necessary.
Okay. When you heard that we're doing everything we can to preserve your anonymity, did that alleviate any of your concerns?
Yes.
Now, at some point, when the judge deems it safe to do so, do you understand that your identity could be released?
Yes.
And we don't know when that is, the court will determine that when it's safe. Does that cause you concern?
It does cause me concern, yes.
And for the same reasons you stated before?
Yes.
Essentially, that if you were to find Mr. Chauvin guilty, you may become a target yourself.
Yes.
So the back to the original question is, if you were deliberating in this case, would you be able to set aside your concerns, analyze the evidence based on what comes in during court, and issue a verdict based on the law and the evidence?
Yes, I would.
In your personal or professional life, can you think of a circumstance where you've been called upon to resolve conflict?
Give me a minute while I think. Yes, I can think of a couple such cases.
All right. So when you're tasked with that, how do you approach that process? How do you resolve conflict between two people?
Generally, the way I would resolve conflict between people would be to try to find common ground, try to cool tempers, or to make sure that my first goal would be to try to clear up any misunderstandings, and then to establish common ground between the parties who are in conflict, to break up tension by lightening the mood.
Okay. So you understand that this case is fraught with conflict. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And it's obviously, in a broad sense, it's the state of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin. You understand that?
Yes.
And that's ultimately a conflict that you're going to have to, if you sit on this jury, resolve.
Yes.
But in the more immediate sense, if you were a juror on this case, you would be in the deliberation room, and conflict between two people or conflict involving yourself may arise. Do you think that there's a difference in how you approach conflict if you're a member or a participant in the conflict versus an outside observer being asked to resolve that conflict?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
External conflict, I find it's much easier to approach with perhaps a critical or dispassionate eye. As I explained, internal conflict, with an external conflict, I tend to try to remain impartial. With internal conflict, that's generally not an option to the same degree.
Okay.
So I have to weigh which side of the conflict I find more compelling.
Are you willing to re-examine your position based on the input of others?
Yes.
Are you willing to stand your ground if you're so convinced that you're right?
Yes.
Can you think of a situation in your life where you've been confident that you were 100% correct, only to later learn that you were wrong?
Absolutely.
And how do you approach that?
I try to approach it with good grace. In my hobbies, doing design work, I often find that my initial intuitions, the way I've described it to friends and colleagues, is I will be absolutely convinced I am right. You will tell me I am wrong, and 48 hours later I will tell you that you were correct the whole time, and I don't see how I could have ever believed otherwise.
Okay, fair enough. Now, ultimately, again, if you were a juror in this case, the judge is going to tell you what the law is at the end. You have to decide the facts of the case and how the law applies to the facts as you decide it. You may read the law and you may disagree with the judge. You may think that can't be right, or you may think we really need to change this law. Can you apply the law to the facts of this case based upon the evidence presented in this court alone, even if you think the law is wrong or should be changed?
Yes, that's the responsibility of a juror.
So I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions on your questionnaire, sir. Again, everybody who has been here has been exposed to this case to varying degrees. And so we're not questioning that at this point, all right? But ultimately, we have to decide if you are the right juror for this particular case, all right? So you were asked a series of questions about, or there were some questions about a video that went viral and became news. And you said you've never seen this video.
That's correct.
All right. Have you seen any parts of this video on news or still photos of this video? Anything about this video that you've ever been exposed to?
I believe I've seen still photos of it.
Okay. Like on internet news websites and things of that nature?
Yes.
But you've never, you have never watched any portion of this video?
Correct.
All right. So would you agree with the general premise that words have meaning?
Yes.
Would you agree that sometimes the words we choose to use are reflective of our thoughts, opinions, or beliefs?
Yes.
All right. You were asked to describe what you had heard about this statement, and you wrote, George Floyd was a black man accused of passing a counterfeit bill to purchase cigarettes. He was accosted by the police, and after an argument was pinned to the ground. Chauvin placed his knee on Floyd's neck and kept it there for over 8 minutes while Floyd protested that he could not breathe. That's the first part of what you wrote. Why did you choose the word accosted?
I don't know off the top of my head why I wrote that at that time. Thinking about that choice of words now, I don't know I can give you a definitive answer.
Okay. I mean, would you agree that the word accosted infers an evil intent?
Most likely, yes.
You wrote that despite Floyd's pleas, which stopped after he lost consciousness, approximately 5 minutes in, Chauvin continued to pin Floyd to the ground until someone pointed out to him that Floyd was dead. And you've just gleaned this from news articles and conversations with friends, correct?
Yes.
Not watched the video.
Correct.
You were asked about your impression of Mr. Chauvin, and you checked the box very negative. And when asked, when asked why, you wrote, I do not see how an officer could justify causing the death of a nonviolent alleged criminal well after he ceased to pose any credible threat. Remember writing that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that. First and foremost, you have formed an impression that a very negative impression of Mr. Chauvin.
Yes.
And you have formed the impression that Mr. Chauvin caused Mr. Floyd's death.
Yes.
And you formed an impression, at least as it relates to Mr. Chauvin, that Mr. Floyd was a nonviolent alleged criminal.
Yes.
Now, with respect to Mr. Floyd and your general impression of Mr. Floyd, you wrote, as I understand, Floyd was not a threat, and his alleged wrongdoings certainly did not merit the use of lethal force. That's what you wrote. So again, you have formed an opinion or an impression that the force that was used in this case was lethal.
Yes.
When asked about your conversations with family, friends, or coworkers, or whether you've posted anything online, you checked yes. Let me ask you first, have you posted any opinions online?
Regarding this case?
Yes.
No, I have not.
But what you have expressed to your friends, you have expressed a sympathy with the protesters and their cause, and have discussed the militarization and systematic racism of policing in America.
Yes.
So again, you have, your opinions are your opinions, and I do not invalidate your opinions by my I'm trying not to invalidate your opinions by my questions. But obviously, you have formed strong opinions about this case. Agreed?
Yes.
You have formed an opinion that Mr. Chauvin caused Mr. Floyd's death.
Yes.
You have formed an opinion that the amount of force that Mr. Chauvin used against Mr. Floyd was in and of itself lethal force.
Yes.
You have an opinion that policing in America is systematic racism, or involves or incorporates systematic racism and an over-militarization of the modern police force.
Yes.
So your views are strong. Agreed?
Yes.
There's what's called the presumption of innocence. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Right? You understand that Mr. Chauvin does not have to testify.
Yes.
You understand that Mr. Chauvin is not required to present a single shred of evidence in this case.
Yes.
You understand that we don't have to ask a single question.
Yes.
And at the starting point, right? The starting point is Mr. Chauvin is presumed innocent.
Yes.
So my concern, and you believe that you can be fair and impartial in this case.
I do.
Okay. So you've got these strong opinions,
Yes.
right? You can set all of those opinions aside, right? You can, your beliefs about policing, the cause of death, the use of force, all of those things that you've already decided and formed opinions on, you can set them to the side and be fair and impartial.
May I clarify rather than giving a simple yes or no?
Sure, please do.
The issue at my role as a potential juror in this case is to be a potential trier of fact. My moral judgments, as I was asked before, regarding the law and the nature of policing are not relevant to the question of fact in the eyes of the law, which would be my responsibility as a juror.
Okay. So, despite all of that, right? I mean, you have you watch certain pieces of evidence in this particular case, or you learn about certain training methods of the Minneapolis Police Department, or you learn certain medical information, right? That's the evidence that comes in this case. You would just simply abandon your beliefs about the over-militarization of the police when you see training videos of them pinning people to the ground or whatever? You don't think it shapes your ability to impartially try this case?
Again, I don't believe that it would necessarily affect my core convictions, but again, my opinions of what the law is and of what the system of policing in this nation is are not relevant to the question of whether the prosecution proves beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant has committed the crime of which he is accused.
In the questionnaire, you were asked to rank your opinions up to various kind of broad or blanket type statements, from strongly agree to strongly disagree. Do you recall that exercise in this questionnaire?
Vaguely, yes.
So I want to just cover a couple of your opinions on these. The statement reads, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you strongly disagreed with that notion. Can you explain that?
I believe that racial discrimination, for example, is a serious problem in this country. That we see examples of this in the media, but I don't know if I would say it's necessarily worse than the media. Makes it out to be. But I believe that they're certainly not underplaying it.
The statement reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that.
That's correct.
And is that based on personal knowledge, talking with friends, studies? Like, what leads you to the belief that you would strongly agree with the notion that minorities do not receive equal treatment?
That's based on reports that I've read in the media, discussions of studies of prison populations, of sentencing for drug offenses, for example, the difference in how neighborhoods with various ethnic compositions are policed, and so on.
The statement says, police in this country treat whites and blacks equally, and you strongly disagreed with that.
Yes.
So let me put it to you this way. Simply because a police officer pulls over a minority person, is that discrimination?
Not in and of itself, no.
But it's your position that it happens more to minorities simply by virtue of a discriminatory act.
Yes, or that the likely outcomes are likely to be worse.
So that if you are a minority, you have a higher likelihood of it ending tragically.
Yes.
And the question reads, or the statement reads, police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Why?
Well, mostly in light of everything that's been going on surrounding this case and related events. Also simply the fact that to be perfectly blunt, I'm always a little wary of anyone with guns being in my general vicinity.
Okay. The question or statement reads, I do not trust the police, and you strongly agree with that.
That's correct.
So you understand that there's going to be a lot of police officers that testify in this case.
Yes.
You understand that the majority of those people who testify will be called by the government.
Yes.
And so when you say you mistrust or do not trust the police, and that you strongly agree with that proposition, can you take the word of a police officer who testifies under oath in this case?
No, I cannot.
Would the court like to inquire further?
Mr. Slisher, would you like to inquire?
Yes, sir.
It's upside down.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I'd like to follow up on that line of questioning. You've indicated that you have a fairly strong mistrust of the police. True?
Yes.
But if you could imagine a situation where you have a police officer testifying to an event, not necessarily an opinion, but an event, like the light was green, versus a bystander testifying as to the same event, and let's say the bystander says the light was red. Now, solely based on the person being a police officer versus a bystander, do you think that you would tend to believe the police officer more or less simply because they're a police officer?
It would depend on what the circumstances were.
And what would some of those circumstances be?
If, for example, to invert your example, if a police officer were to say that the light had been red when another police officer had pulled someone over and a bystander said the light was green, therefore, if the second police officer who were testifying this were covering for the first police officer by saying that the light was red, I would be more inclined to trust the bystander. If it were an issue where the fact that they were a police officer was incidental, I don't believe it would color my judgment one way or the other.
And let's say it's just simply the example of the police officer versus the bystander, but the police officer was standing 5 feet away from the light. The bystander was standing back, 100 feet from the light. Would you tend to believe the police officer or the bystander?
Again, it would depend somewhat on the circumstances, but I think I'd be more inclined to believe the police officer in that circumstance.
And why is that?
Because they were closer to the event. They were at the heart of it. It's much less possible that they could have been innocently mistaken.
And so it sounds like from your answer, it would depend on the circumstances, not necessarily that the person was a police officer or not a police officer, but it would be based upon, say, their opportunity to see the event?
That would be a big part of it, yes.
There may be other factors unrelated to there being a police officer that would cause you to favor one witness over another?
Yes.
And the real question here is, if you were called and selected to be a juror in this case, would you honestly, in all honesty, be able to set aside any preconceived bias you have about any occupation, a police officer or not a police officer, and judge the case solely based on the evidence and not on your preconceived notions? Would you be able to do that, or would you struggle with it?
I would attempt to judge the case as best I was able based on the evidence. However, I believe part of the instructions I was given were that it would be my role to judge which evidence was most credible, and it would factor into my weighting of evidence in that regard.
And so if following the instructions and you knew that you had to make a credibility determination, do you believe that you would not be able to set aside some opinions that you hold about police officers and judge their testimony on the same level as any other witness? You would not be able to do that?
I do not believe I would be able to do so. That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Juror 90, I'm going to excuse you from this panel. The deputy will take some paperwork from you, but thank you for all your very candid answers here and also for filling out the questionnaire. We appreciate your service. You won't be called in on any other cases, so you are removed from jury service completely.
Understood.
Any
Thank
questions?
you, Your Honor.
All right,
No.
you bet. Have a good day. This will be juror 91, first one of the afternoon. We have to do all four, yeah.
For the record, I was making a motion for cause.
Yeah. The motion was implied for cause. I think he clearly fell within the case law and police credibility. The reverse of Logan, essentially. All right, this is the group advisory again. And then number 91. Off the record, Mr. Slisher, I was assuming that you would Hey, good. You can be seated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, can you all hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. I'll also be asking you some questions. If the answer is yes, just raise your hand, but we'll get to that. First of all, my name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the District Court. And you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all the prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you for filling out and returning the questionnaire in the mail. We appreciate the information that kind of gives us a good head start. But your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by your continuing to provide full, complete, and honest answers to the questions that you'll be asked today. And as I said, those questions are going to be under oath. Now, the questions you're going to be asked are probably going to follow up on some items in the questionnaire, but probably other topics will be covered as well. So after the questioning is over, the attorneys may excuse you from the jury, and I might excuse you for what we call cause. In either case, it does not mean that you're not a fair person, and you should not take offense in being excused. Also ask that you not take any offense at any question that is asked. We must pry, to some extent, in order to explore some opinions you might hold and to hear about some of your experiences that might affect your ability to serve in this case. Now, the defendant, Mr. Chauvin, has been charged with murder in the second degree and manslaughter in the second degree. In the normal course of a trial, charges might be added to or subtracted from those charges, but those are the charges as it stands today. To the charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a denial of each and every material allegation in the charges. And I'm now going to have the participants introduce themselves, the purpose being to see if you have any acquaintance or friendship with them or professional relationship. So, beginning with the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Slisher, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Hello, my name is Christina Marinakis, and I'm assisting with the prosecution.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keith Ellison, and I represent the state of Minnesota.
Good afternoon, Aaron Eldridge for the state of Minnesota.
Hey, Mr. Nelson, if you'd introduce your client.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Nelson. Along with my associate, Amy Voss, we represent the defendant, Derek Chauvin.
Does anybody on the panel recognize any of those people or have a relationship with any of those people? If so, raise your hand. All right, juror in the corner. What is your juror number? 9-1. Okay. Who is it that you know?
I don't know. I just know the name.
Okay. So is this something that you know that you've seen some of these people before, maybe on the news or something? And you're indicating yes. Okay, I think we'll get to that in individual questioning then. Anybody else? Anybody know other members of the Attorney General's office who might be present in the case, specifically Matthew Frank or Jerry Blackwell or anybody else who works in the office of the Attorney General? Okay. Anybody who knows anybody who works with Mr. Nelson in his law firm or had any business dealings with his office? Okay. You have been given a copy of a list of potential witnesses. I'd like you to review it before you're questioned individually. You'll be asked if you know anyone on that list. Now, one of the things the attorneys may not do in jury selection is to instruct you on the law. But I do want you to be aware of some of the basic concepts that apply in all criminal cases so that you may keep them in mind as you answer the court's and the attorney's questions. So I will instruct you as follows. First, the charges against the defendant are not evidence, and they create no inference of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way permit himself or herself to be prejudiced against the defendant because a charge has been made against him or because he has been placed on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made against him, and in order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial unless and until he has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt according to the law and the evidence admitted at trial. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. If you serve on this jury, you and your fellow jurors will be the sole judges of whether a witness is to be believed and of the weight to be given a witness's testimony. There are no hard and fast rules to guide you in this respect. In determining believability and weight of testimony, jurors may take into consideration the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, the relationship to the parties, ability and opportunity to know, remember, and relate the facts, manner, age and experience, frankness and sincerity or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence in the case, and any other factors that bear on believability and weight. If on this jury, you should rely in the last analysis upon your experience, good judgment, and common sense. There are certain things that you should not do during jury selection. You are not investigative. You are not to go out and do any looking, and you're not to ask people about this matter. You are not to use the internet to look for information about this case or about the law. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses or spectators. Do not be offended if any of those people do not speak to you. They know it would be improper to contact you during the trial, except through the normal selection process, and generally will confine themselves to a brief greeting. During the selection process, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them that you are on a panel of potential jurors in a criminal case, and that is all you should tell them. Since that is all you should tell family and friends, that is all you should tell the general public. So, during these proceedings, please refrain from using Facebook, Twitter, or other social media to announce that you are a potential juror in this case or to comment on this trial. You may access such social media tools, avoiding news articles, I hope, but please do not publish any information about the case or your thoughts about the case. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about the case, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Because of the nature of the charges, this case is receiving media coverage. Do not read about the case in the newspapers or online or in social media, and do not listen to news about it on radio or television. Now, this trial, including jury selection, is being televised, but no video of you or any other juror will be taken at any time, now or during trial if you are selected. Also, your name will not be used in the courtroom. You will only be referred to by your random number to protect your privacy. The audio of anything you say will be broadcast, unless we need to discuss something that is deeply personal, extremely sensitive, embarrassing, or would tend to specifically identify you. In those cases, I will specifically order the audio to not be broadcast. In that case, you will still have to answer questions on the record, but without audio or video broadcast. Essentially, only the audio could be heard by people that are in this courtroom. Now, with the exception of juror number 91, I'm going to have the rest of you wait in the other courtroom. Feel free to use all the hand sanitizers and sanitary wipes you wish. We're trying to maintain COVID protections, so please keep your masks on and distance. I took my mask off just so you could hear me on this. I'll be returned to wearing it when you are individually questioned. So with that, except for juror number 91, if you could go with the deputy. Sure. Hold on just a second. Okay, juror 91, if you could come on up here. Just have a seat right there. All right. I'm going to start with a few things. Number one, I'm going to swear you in because all your answers have to be under oath. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, under penalty of perjury, that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
Yes.
All right. First question. You filled out a questionnaire, gave us a lot of good information to start with. Is everything on the questionnaire true?
Yes, it is.
All right. Any changes or additions to the questionnaire?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's a very broad question, but we understand, in fact, it's been very common for the jurors who come here today and in the other days we've been in selection, that in the intervening months they reflect and they realize maybe there's some things I should have changed or added to, or maybe even some opinions have evolved. And so they want to give a different answer. Just want you to be comfortable with the fact giving a different answer than what was in the questionnaire is absolutely fine. If it's the honest answer, full, complete answer, that's what we want, even if it's different. So you have explicit permission to say things other than what's in the questionnaire and to be different from it. This is more likely to come up actually when the lawyers ask you questions, because they will direct you to specific questions and maybe ask about your answer several months ago. They are likely to read both the question and answer to refresh your recollection. They're not trying to be confrontational or to imply anything about your answer, just so that you can kind of remember what your answer was. Because you don't have a copy of your questionnaire, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? You are number 2 of all the jurors who've kept a copy of their questionnaire. Congratulations. So in any case, they might still read it to you just so that you can refresh recollection.
Okay.
You weren't supposed to read any articles. The questionnaire advised you against following any media coverage about the case, but we realize it's been fairly prevalent in the media, and it's been several months. Have you become aware of any information about the case or related cases since you filled out the questionnaire till today?
Just the announcement of the settlement.
Okay, and what specific details do you recall from that?
I think just the number 27 million, I think I don't know what
Okay,
it was.
I'm going to ask you to pull a little closer to the microphone,
Sure.
only because
Just the amount of the settlement. I didn't read any details, just
Right, just the headline, right?
just the headline, yes.
And they put the amount in the headline. Do you recall what the amount was?
I think it was 27 million, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
All right, great. One other thing is, we have plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you, plexiglass in front of where the lawyers are going to ask you questions. I only point all that out, and I'm going to keep my mask on. Just to give you permission, if you wish, with all those protections, it's permissible that you take your mask off if you want. Yes. Totally your okay. Didn't take a lot of convincing. Yeah, if you ever want to put it back on, feel free. I kind of leave the mask or unmask up to the individual juror.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Any other items you may have heard about in the media?
No.
Okay. Let me talk about that settlement then. I think you indicated in your questionnaire you could be fair and impartial in this case.
Absolutely.
Now, when you've heard about that settlement after you filled out the questionnaire, has that moved the needle for you? Do you think it would well, now I think I might not be impartial. I might be leaning one way versus the other. What do you think?
Not at all. It hasn't changed.
Okay.
No.
What effect do you think it had on your decision, if you have one as a juror in this case?
I don't think it had any effect. 'Cause once again, I just don't have any details.
Okay. And if it doesn't come into evidence, which it won't, it's not part of this case. Different parties, different issues, different decisions to be made. All those are different and they aren't part of this case. Can you put aside what you've heard about that in deciding this case?
Absolutely.
And really it comes down to everything you've heard about this case. Everybody's heard something. And the question is, can you put everything you've heard aside? Some of it's accurate, some of it's not accurate. But can you put it all aside and put aside any opinions you may have formed and decide this case just on what you hear in the courtroom based on the evidence and the law that I give you?
I believe that I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Did you recognize any witnesses on the witness list?
None.
Okay. And we have a trial that's going to be about 4 weeks long. Do you think that you can make that work for your personal and professional life?
I will make it work.
Okay. We understand it is burdensome the longer a trial gets on everybody's life, but you think you can make it work?
I can make it work, yes. It's a challenge, but it's workable.
Yeah, and I think I've stopped asking people, is that okay? Because, well, in some ways, no. But I'm glad you can make it work. There's something I want to ask you about, but to get to the specifics, it may involve leading to information that might identify you specifically. Basically, you know someone in the Minneapolis Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you mind if I gave you a pen and paper if you wrote down that name so I can share it with the lawyers without the world hearing who that person is?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Who's dinging, by the way? Who's dinging?
Me.
Okay. As long as I know who it is. You're allowed. They aren't. Okay. I'm going to have my clerk share this with the lawyers so that we don't have to say it on the record. And part of the reason we're doing this is if you identify the person, that might make it easier to identify you. And we are doing everything we can to protect your anonymity.
I appreciate that.
Now, when they talk about the relationship and how often you talk to that person, please feel free to, in fact, I'd encourage you to be general. Because if, for example, if you give enough detail that they can someone can figure out who that person is, again, it's too close, it might come back at you. So with that, when the lawyers are there, and I'll ask this question while they're conferring. That person's name was not on the witness list, am I correct?
It was not.
Okay, great. All right, then as I'm going to turn it over to the attorney, so as to juror number 91, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience. Sorry, I got to adjust after taking off the mask. I have a few questions for you generally that I'd like to just get to know you a little bit better. And then from there, I'm going to follow up and ask you some questions about your responses to the questionnaire. Would that be all right with you?
Yes.
All right. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances, a more casual conversation occurs, it's our first conversation, what are a couple things I learn about you after I walk away from that conversation?
You would learn that I'm a grandmother.
Congratulations.
A couple of grandchildren. And I enjoy taking care of my family.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get to spend a lot of time with your grandkids?
Absolutely.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
You had obviously heard about this case before learning that you were going to be a potential juror, right?
Yes.
And had conversations, maybe saw some things on the news, right?
Right.
What was your impression when you received this packet of information and you were identified as a potential juror on this case?
What was my impression?
Yeah. What was your reaction?
My reaction? I guess I was kind of excited to possibly have an opportunity. Never served on a jury before.
I feel strongly about it being my civic duty to do so. And so when I received the information, I was proud to complete the questionnaire and send it back.
Okay. So exciting to fulfill your civic duty, and especially on a high-profile case. Or
I didn't really think of it as a high-profile case, just to fulfill my civic duty.
Okay.
Have that opportunity, yes.
Fair enough. Did you have several jurors have said that they had some concerns about their personal safety, physical safety, COVID? Did you share any of those types of concerns?
First, the only concern I really had was COVID, but since I've been vaccinated, and there's a year behind us, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable. I'm getting into the routine of keeping this mask on hand and social distancing, so I have no concerns at this point.
Okay, great. I'm jealous of your vaccination. When you got to the government center today, have you been downtown since preparations for this trial started?
I have not been downtown in years.
Oh, okay. When you got down here today, however, what was your kind of reaction to the fortifications, the military, the fencing, all of that stuff?
Frustration, because I circled the block about 5 times trying to figure out how to get in, because it wasn't the same as it used to be.
Right.
And it looked like construction going on. And as I drove by slowly for the 5th time, I kind of saw through the fence an armed guard. And so I slowed down, and he very nicely pointed me in the direction and actually walked while I drove. And there was a magic gate that opened, so I was afraid I wasn't going to make it on time because I couldn't figure out where to park. Yeah.
Excellent. Again, I don't think you're alone in that experience.
Yeah, it was quite an experience.
So, can you think of a time in your life where you have been called upon to be to resolve a conflict between people? You have kids, grandkids, professionally. Can you think about a time like that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So when you think about the word conflict, it generally, would you agree, involves 2 other people, or 2 people, or 2 or more people, perhaps?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Do you think it's different if you are personally involved in a conflict versus simply being asked to observe a conflict or resolve a conflict?
I suppose it could be different. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you approach a situation where you are being asked to resolve a conflict between 2 people?
I am being asked to resolve a conflict?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the question again?
What tools, how do you approach that? What's your methodology involved in resolving conflict between 2 other people?
2 sides of the story. I need to hear both, get all the information, the details, the facts, the feelings, and then proceed accordingly.
Okay. How do you think it changes if you're one of the people involved in the conflict?
If I'm one of the people involved, once again, I need to think about the facts, try to think about how I can resolve the conflict if I did anything that really helped fuel the conflict, and how I might help resolve it.
Okay. So you understand that the role of a juror is essentially about conflict resolution.
Yes.
And obviously there's a conflict between the state of Minnesota on one hand and Derek Chauvin on the other hand. That's the global conflict, right? But then if you were selected as a juror in this case and you're in the jury deliberation room, you may be involved in conflict yourself, or you may be called upon to help resolve conflict between others. Do you think that you can apply those same principles in the jury room?
Absolutely. I feel like I do it every day with 2 grandkids.
Yeah, those grandkids will do it to you. But now let's take a kind of a really broad abstract, right? You understand there will be lots of evidence that's introduced in this case. We're expecting this case to take 4 weeks, roughly. People will testify, and some people will remember or perceive things differently than you remember or perceive things. right?
Right.
So what tools do you bring to kind of that analysis to say, how do we figure out a just result here?
The facts. Go back to the facts. What was presented, what happened, and exactly what are the facts.
Okay.
It has to be based on the facts, yeah.
All right. Wonderful. I'm going to venture a guess that perhaps with your grandchildren, this may have also come up, but do they ever lie to you?
Oh, yes.
How do you tell if someone is telling you the truth?
Well, they're pretty young, so you can usually tell. But
Right.
For the older one, just look her in the eye, let her know that I know that she's not being forthcoming, and it's not appreciated, and it's good to be forthcoming.
Okay. So in terms of, can you think of a situation, you've got two people who may perceive an event at the same time, right? Do you think that, and they have two completely different stories about that event, do you think that that automatically means that one or the other is lying?
No, I don't. I
Okay.
think their perception is their truth, so we just have to work harder at getting to the common truth.
And I know you have a background in psychology, right? So the question being, if two people are perceiving the same event, what types of things would you think affect their perception of that? Might affect their perception of that event?
Possibly experiences they've had in the past. Any moral thoughts or moral things that they feel or convictions that they have possibly could affect it.
Okay. What about a particularized training or lack of particularized training?
I'm sure that could influence it also.
Right.
Absolutely.
So perhaps a medical doctor will look at a situation, someone having a medical emergency, differently than a nurse. They both have a medical education, right? Would you agree with that?
They both have a medical education, basic, yes.
And they may perceive something differently despite having medical education, right?
Yes.
And one person who has a lot of training in something may perceive it much differently than someone who has no training. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that again, is necessarily that one or the other is lying about what they perceive?
No.
Okay. Can you think of a situation where you've been 100% convinced that you're right, only to later learn you were wrong?
All the time with my husband.
It's usually the husband saying that about the wives, right? How do you approach that? I mean, what do you other than apologizing to your husband, or maybe not apologizing? I don't know.
Usually an apology and providing the evidence of, why he was right and I was incorrect.
Okay. So you can take what you learn and apply it to future situations?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you one more question about the deliberation room. Are you the type of person who will simply agree with someone else just to build consensus, or will you dig your heels in, stand your ground?
Normally I would pretty much dig my heels in, stand my ground, try to make sure my opinion and my point of view is heard,
Okay.
until someone can dismantle it.
Okay. Now, last general question, which is, at the end of the case, and when all the evidence is presented, the judge will instruct you on the law. And you may read the law, and you may go, that's wrong, or I think that should be different. You may disagree with the law. Can you apply the law as the judge gives it to you based upon the facts as presented in court, even if you think it's wrong or should be changed?
Yes, that would be my duty, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm just going to follow up with a few questions for you, ma'am, on your questionnaire. I, again, appreciate you taking the time to fill this out and the thoroughness of your answers. Again, you were asked a few questions, and I believe you indicated that you had seen a video on the internet of the interaction between Minneapolis Police Department and George Floyd, right?
Correct.
And I think you said that you had checked, or you checked the box that you had seen that video one time.
That is correct.
And I'm going to ask you, I want to make sure we're kind of talking about the same video. It's a video that was taken by a bystander. It got uploaded into social media and then went viral, became a news story. Is that the video that you saw?
Correct, I believe so. Mm-hmm.
And is like there were also some body-worn cameras or some security cameras that were introduced into the public sector. Did you see any of those?
No, I did not.
Okay. And so I think we're probably talking about the same video, which is a video taken by someone watching or observing the arrest.
Correct.
All right. And you, when you say you watched that one time, did you watch it in long form, or did you see like a clip of it on the news?
Didn't see it on the news. I guess it would be in long form, maybe, if I'm understanding what long form is.
Well, a longer, X number of minutes, not 30 seconds or a minute or 40 seconds. I mean, longer than, let's say, 5 minutes.
I think I probably watched it for about 4 to 5 minutes.
Okay. And is there a reason, did someone send that to you? Did you see it on social media? If you didn't see it on the news, how did you come about that video?
It popped up on social media, I believe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And did you, is there a reason, did you shut it off mid-video?
I did.
Why?
It just wasn't something that I needed to see. As I shut off quite a few things, in the news. I seldom watch the news.
Okay, great. You were asked a series of questions about your impression or your general impression of Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
And your opinion as to both of them was neutral. You wrote with respect to Mr. Chauvin that there are two sides to every story, and I don't know all of the details. I don't want to misquote you. Why do you think, are there specific details you think you're missing? Why do you think that there's more to know about this story?
Because I just don't know. I don't know what I don't know. There's a video, there's rioting in the city, and, I just know the surface.
Okay.
I don't know anything other than that. I don't know.
Would you think it's important to get more information before you could make a decision?
I think more information would be very helpful.
Okay. You were asked about Mr. Floyd, and again, you said, I don't know him, and I don't have an opinion of him one way or the other. Are there things that that you would learn that may change your opinion of him? Not that his character is of relevance, but...
I don't think so, no.
Okay. You were asked about whether you've had conversations with friends, family members, coworkers, or discussed Mr. Floyd's death on social media. Did you ever post anything on social media about this case?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you said you discussed it with your family right after it happened. We talked about how the incident happened in the neighborhood you grew up in. So you must have grown up in Southeast Minneapolis, I'm assuming?
In South Minneapolis, yes.
South Minneapolis,
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you were asked a question of whether you believe your community was negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area since George Floyd's death. And you wrote, yes, my community has been affected.
Yes.
How has it been affected?
It's been affected by the fact that so many stores were looted, and destroyed. I have a brother that has medication sent through the post office, and a few days later he called and said, they were in the post office. How am I going to get my medication? So things like that.
Okay. Do you think there were any positive impacts as a result of the protests?
I think some people may have come together and helped each other or helped businesses get back on their feet. Helping people that can't get their medicine, people that need food, things like that. Those are the positive things that I feel took place.
So I'll just ask you kind of a common theme that's emerged in terms of this discussion is there a difference between a protest and a riot?
I think there is.
Okay. How would you define the difference?
I think a protest, you're actually protesting against something that you strongly believe in. A riot, I believe, is an intent to harm and destroy, and possibly not listen or see. Yeah.
So in terms of the protests versus the riots, right? I think you've described that your brother had some problems with his medication, and that was a negative impact to the community.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you describe people coming together and helping, is that more associated with the protests, or is that simply kind of trying to clean up after the riots?
A tricky question. I think it's more associated with the protest.
Okay. And that's positive. That has had a positive impact on the community.
Yes.
Okay. Now you have a relative who is a Minneapolis police officer, right?
Yes, I do.
Have you spoken with your relative about this case at all?
No, I have not.
Even before you were summoned as a juror?
No.
Okay. Do you talk to your relative frequently?
No, I do not.
I mean, are you close with him or her?
No.
So you haven't seen, I mean, do you see them maybe once a year, or just haven't seen them even in years?
Well, I see this person, this relative, maybe, I would say 4 times a year, maybe 5.
Okay. So you're in contact, but you're not super close.
Exactly.
Have you ever spoken with him or her about his or her job?
No.
Okay.
No.
They've never described, this is kind of what it's like doing this job.
No.
If you were to be a juror on this case, and the policies and training of the Minneapolis Police Department or aspects of the police department were the subject of this trial, right, which is probably the proper subject of the trial, would you call this person up and say, hey, this is what they're telling me is going on, and should I believe this?
No.
Okay. Does the fact that you have a relative in the Minneapolis Police Department specifically, given that this case involves the MPD, does it specifically cause you to have bias for or against either party in this case?
It does not. I'm really proud of my relative for standing up and being a police officer.
Good. You were asked a series of questions, statements. They were actually more or less just kind of statements, right? And you were asked to rank your agreement or disagreement with them on a scale of strongly agree over to strongly disagree. Again, do you generally remember those, or remember doing that or engaging in that exercise?
It's been a while. I genuinely.
Yeah. And you did keep a copy, I forgot.
Yes,
right?
I do have a copy right here.
Okay. The statement is, there is a statement that reads, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you circled no opinion. Why did you circle no opinion?
Because I just don't know, or what I do know of the media, which is very little, I know the media can exaggerate things or it can downplay things. And so I don't know.
Okay. There is a statement that reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, And you somewhat agreed with that.
Somewhat.
Why?
Once again, just what the media portrays. Just for an example, with this resurrection, there were some people that, of course, were arrested. And I think I saw that someone was given permission to go on vacation as opposed to, let them out of jail to go on vacation. And I just kind of wondered, who gets to do that?
Okay. Are you talking about kind of what happened at the Capitol
Exactly,
in
right,
Washington?
right, at the Capitol, yes.
Okay.
So.
And someone was released. I haven't heard. I haven't been paying attention to the news of late. Someone was released and allowed to go on vacation.
I believe so.
And I'm presuming that person was white.
I believe so, yes.
And you don't think that other minorities would get that same treatment?
Some may.
Okay. Do you think it's more economic driven versus, or is it more racially driven?
I think it's probably more economic driven.
You were asked, or the statement reads, "Police in my community make me feel safe," and you somewhat agreed with that.
Yes.
What about police make you feel unsafe? If you don't strongly agree, you only somewhat agree.
I don't feel like they make me feel unsafe. I do feel like they are there to protect the community, and I appreciate that. So I truly don't feel unsafe. My answer to that, I'm not sure what my thoughts were at that time.
Okay. You were asked a question, because law enforcement officers, I should say the statement reads that because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Why? And if you need me to reread that, I can.
Please do.
Certainly. Because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty.
And I agreed with that, you're saying?
You somewhat disagree.
I somewhat disagree. I think officers have to have the power to make the best decision in that moment.
Okay. And that it's possible that there are circumstances where they should be questioned?
Yes.
I mean, I think, would you agree that there are decisions that officers make that are along a spectrum of decisions, right? So an officer is driving, he sees someone, he's observing them, he has time to pull that person over, right? That may be something that's a little bit more subject to question, right? Because he has a conscious long period of time to make that decision.
Yes.
Or let's make it more nefarious. If an officer is only pulling over African American people in a suburban area, it would be okay to question that officer's decision making. Agreed?
I would agree with that, yes.
Right. Conversely, officers at the other end of the spectrum oftentimes have to make very rapid decisions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And sometimes they may even get those decisions wrong because they're human. Would you agree with
Exactly,
that?
right.
Should those decisions be questioned in the same way as the questions about a longer-term conscious decision-making process?
I think they should possibly be questioned. It could help with next times, could
Okay.
help see it differently.
Okay. And that's fair. I appreciate your comments on that. You were asked a couple of questions in terms of both Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And with respect to Black Lives Matter, you had a very favorable response, and you wrote, "I am black and my life matters."
It does.
Absolutely. Are you familiar with like the more organizational or political organization Black Lives Matter?
Not real familiar, no. Just know what I've seen and heard.
Okay. Now, in Blue Lives Matter, you had a more neutral approach or view of them, and you say everyone is important, and my family member is a police officer.
Correct.
So you'd agree with, I guess, the premise that all lives matter.
Yes.
Fair enough. You have a son-in-law who's a physician.
Yes, I do.
If medical testimony were to become important, would you call your son-in-law and ask him for his opinion?
No, I would not.
Okay. You were asked, I promise you I'm almost done. You were asked a couple of questions about your opinions regarding the justice system, and I have a couple of questions. The question reads, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And your response was, sometimes. Explain, expand, expound.
Well, I say sometimes because, once again, I don't know the full story. When a story comes out and someone, say, has been arrested or they've been convicted, I'm only seeing what the media is displaying and wants me to read or to know. So I don't really truly know the entire story. So I can only base it on what I hear and what I see.
Sometimes innocent people get convicted, right?
Very true, yes.
You were asked if you want to serve on this juror, and you said yes, and the reason why is because you feel it's your civic duty.
I truly do believe that, yes.
And you believe you can be fair and impartial and judge this case exclusively on the facts as presented in this trial?
Yes, I do.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor. For cause, Your Honor.
Mr. Slusher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 91, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long have you been retired from your current occupation?
About 5 years, I think.
And I noticed that you do some volunteer work without identifying the organization. It appears that it has to do with volunteering with youth, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Can you please share with us a little bit about why you decided to volunteer in that capacity?
I sometimes enjoy working with children.
Tell me about the times you don't.
Sometimes I don't. Depends on the day. I like teaching children, helping them learn, helping them kind of, find their way.
Can you tell me a little bit about the children that you work with? Volunteer with?
These are, I want to say it, not underserved, probably a little underserved youth that need guidance, that need help with homework, help with, getting up to reading level. They spend a lot of hours away from home because, the parents work. It's usually a single parent home. And so they come to a place where they know they can get help, support, and they'll be safe and play and get the support and homework help that they need.
Now, is this something that you've done since retirement, or have you done this, other times during your adult life?
I've done it other times during my adult life, but since retirement, I just kind of do it intermittently.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because previously you were in a marketing capacity, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But for a financial institution.
That is correct, yes. Mhm.
But your undergraduate degree was in child psychology.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if the volunteering was out of a desire to use those skills, or
I hadn't thought about volunteering to use the skills. I just felt there was a need for strong adult help in that particular place. And I was available to do it, and I was happy to do it.
well, thank you for doing that. You indicated that in terms of your own experience with the criminal justice system, you don't really have any. Is that right?
In terms of being arrested or anything of that nature?
And that was the basis of your saying, in terms of not really being sure if the system is fair or unfair.
Correct. Yes, I don't have any experience there.
Do you have any friends who have shared other experiences with you that maybe felt that they were not treated fairly?
No, I don't.
And you indicated that you once lived in the area where the alleged crime occurred. Is that right?
Close, within about, I'd say 10 blocks, maybe 15 blocks, yes.
But you've since moved away from that neighborhood.
Long ago, yes.
Approximately how long ago?
25, 30 years.
Okay. Do you ever go back to that particular neighborhood to visit?
No, I don't.
Is there any particular reason why you don't return to that neighborhood?
I don't have any friends or family in that neighborhood. I don't do any shopping in that community. I seldom visit the south side of Minneapolis.
Do you, aside from not having any friends there or any particular stores you like to visit, do you specifically avoid going to that area?
Do I avoid?
Do you avoid it?
No, I don't avoid it. I just don't have a need to go.
Okay.
I have a dentist office that's not too far from there, but it doesn't require me to go into that particular community.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions, and we pass for cause.
Thanks. Juror number 91, you are going to be on our jury. And so what we'd like to have you do is come back on March 29th at 9 a.m. That's when we plan on starting the evidence in this case.
Okay.
The deputy will also give you some instructions and maybe take some paperwork from you. But you'll keep the letter that you have because that gets you in here.
Okay. Now that I know how to get in here.
Yeah, that may, you never know, we may, just to mix things up, change that on you. So the jury office will probably be in contact closer to the time just to either remind you, or as you've seen, sometimes we get a little bit of delay here. And so in either case, we'll either remind you that we are starting on that time or have delayed it to a different time, and might give you other facilities and other information.
Okay.
Until then, do you have any questions for me?
I don't think so, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Well, thank you so much for
Thank
going
you.
through all this process and giving us all your honest answers. So
Thank
you can
you.
go with the deputy. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a 20-minute recess, our afternoon break. Thank you.
before we call the juror?
Can you hold on to the next juror?
Just with respect to the motions that are still pending before the court, I think the court's probably aware I did file change of venue and memorandum today. Motion regarding the continuance as well as the change of venue. I would also note that the city of Minneapolis has conducted yet another press conference regarding the settlement today, with the Minneapolis city attorney and the mayor disagreeing on some points as to the impact of the settlement on the juror and the intention behind that. I would note that the city of Minneapolis has indicated that the timing was of the essence, yet the agreement is not yet final, has not been finalized, and will not be finalized for approximately another month based upon the process in the federal lawsuit with the federal court. So it raises the question of whether the announcement was necessary regardless of the timing. So I just want to make the court aware of it, that this is an ongoing public discussion that the mayor and now city attorney are engaging in.
Noted. Let's bring our next juror. Juror number 92. Come on up, have a seat. Good afternoon. You are juror number 92, correct? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, first of all, a couple matters before I turn it over to the attorneys for questioning. First thing is I'm going to swear you in because all your answers have to be under oath. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right. Thank you. First of all, you have plexiglass in front of you and between us. The attorneys also have a plexiglass shield in front of them, and they're quite a bit away from you. The point being, we have enough precautions that if you feel more comfortable taking your mask off, okay, feel free to do so.
Okay.
And if you feel like you want to put it back on, also feel free to do whatever is appropriate.
Okay.
Now, you filled out a questionnaire, and we appreciate you doing that. It gives us a lot of good information to start with. Was everything true on the questionnaire?
Yes.
All right. Any changes or additions to the questionnaire?
I don't think so.
Okay, and asking that question cold kind of doesn't really usually yield a response.
Oh. Yeah.
But when the attorneys go through the questionnaire and they ask you specific questions and answers, it might invoke a memory that you go, oh, I should have included this or that, or that's not accurate, or that opinion has evolved. My point being that no matter what the question is, you should feel comfortable and free to give an answer that is different from what's in your questionnaire. We're just looking for where you're at right now and what's the most honest and accurate answer you can give. And when the lawyers are asking you the questions, it's very likely, because it's been several months, that they will read the question and your answer. They're not trying to be confrontational, it's just to refresh your memory of what you said. But right now you don't know of anything, but later on, feel free to comment.
Say something. Okay.
Now, one of the things you were not supposed to do, or the questionnaire told you, was not to follow any media since you are a potential juror. We understand, however, that it's been a couple months since you filled out the questionnaire, and given the amount of coverage this case is getting, you might have been exposed inadvertently to information about this case or related cases. Things like, pretrial matters, lawyers, anything like that. Is there anything of substance that you've heard about in the intervening time between the questionnaire and today?
The settlement.
Okay, and what do you remember about hearing about the settlement specifically?
The amount that was given to the family.
Okay, do you remember the amount?
$27 million.
Okay. What effect do you think that's going to have on your ability to serve as a juror in this case?
None at all.
Okay. Have you thought through that process?
Serving?
Serving, knowing this settlement.
Oh, it doesn't make any difference in my decision making.
Okay. I think you indicated on your questionnaire that you could be fair and impartial in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's like question 10 answer in part 1. So you came in after the questionnaire, fair and impartial. Has that knowledge of that settlement moved you off that position one way or the other?
No.
Okay. You recognize that case, it's a separate case, it's a civil case, different parties, different legal issues, different law. It has no bearing in this case. Do you accept that?
I do.
Okay. And as far as you know, it's not going to affect it, and if it's not in evidence, which it won't be, you won't consider it as part of this case?
I will not.
Okay, excellent. And that brings up the general point, which is everybody's heard something about this case. There's certain facts that people have learned from the media or maybe through conversations. Some of it may be accurate, some of it may not be. And you may have even formed certain opinions based on what you know about the case. Do you think you can put aside all the things you've heard and any opinions you might have formed and just decide this case just on the evidence of the law that you hear in the courtroom?
I do.
Okay. The law that comes from me. Even if you think it should be different, you'll accept what I tell you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Did you recognize any of the witnesses who were on the witness list?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Do you want me to tell you the name?
Well, let me tell. Were there a few?
There was one name I recognized, but it was
Okay.
It was from, like, it could have been the same name from somebody I knew when I was like 11 years old, and
Okay.
then another one that I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Yeah. No, that's wise. You're being very cautious. Because we don't want you saying things that might allow people out there to identify who you are. We're doing what we can to protect your anonymity as a juror and respect your privacy. What we'll probably do is since you have a couple of people to talk about, we'll probably go off the audio so that the only people who can hear about it are the people in the courtroom. And the press is not reporting any substance of things we say when we go off audio. Okay?
Okay.
And do you think that would make more sense so we can get some more details?
Yes.
All right. Any objection to that? All right. What we're going to do now is we are going to go off audio at this point. Broadcast. All right, we are back on audio. Well, thank you for that information. And the length of the trial we anticipate to be about 4 weeks, starting March 29th. Can you make that work for you?
I can.
Okay. Any personal, professional problems, hardships that we should know about if you were to be here?
No.
All right. Great. Thank you very much. Then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Nelson as to juror number 92. Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to ask you a series of kind of just general questions, get to know you a little bit better,
Okay.
and then follow up with some of your responses on the questionnaire, if that would be all right.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to trick you. I'll actually read you what you wrote. Did you keep a copy of this?
I did not, no.
Okay. So I'll read you what you wrote, and we'll talk about
Okay.
it. Right? Okay. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances at a social event, a party, work gathering, whatever, we have our first conversation. What are a couple of things I'm going to learn about you during that conversation?
What would that you would learn about me? Very family oriented, friends, very important to me. Love my work.
Okay. You're kind of in the insurance business generally.
Yes.
Personal benefits or homeowner type stuff?
Commercial.
Commercial, okay.
Mhm.
All right. And you've been in that business a while?
Yeah, I've been the same company maybe, I don't know, is it like 15 years?
Okay. And you had obviously heard about this matter prior to filling out this packet, right?
I did.
And when you received the jury summons and the notice that you were a prospective juror in this case,
Mhm.
specifically, what was your reaction?
Very shocked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't expect to be a part of something of this magnitude. It just didn't cross my mind.
Sure, it's not like a shoplifting case or something
Right.
like that.
Yes,
right?
it's not what you really hear when you.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to do one thing.
Yeah.
Court reporter has a hard time if we talk
Over each other.
Okay.
So, and we're the worst offenders, so, but if you could try to kind of keep a space between the question and answer, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will try as well, Your Honor.
Me too.
Thanks. Did you have concerns about your personal safety, COVID, family safety, any of that type of concern?
The only personal safety matter would be if the only thing that came to mind would be what would happen to me if I was a juror after, like, if somebody found out, or that
Okay.
was my main concern.
Okay. Well, let's kind of work up to that, if you don't mind. What did you think about the government center when you got down here today? When you saw the military and the fencing and all of that stuff, what was your reaction?
Quite honestly, it made me feel pretty protected.
All right. So while you're here, at least you feel safe, you feel protected, right? Were you shocked at the scale of it? Like how many people and how much fencing there was?
How many people I saw, or that would lead me to each particular point along the way to get here.
It was a little, it was a lot, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about when you came into the courtroom and you were told that your photos aren't going to be taken, your pictures not being televised, stuff like that? Did that make you feel better, worse, indifferent?
Indifferent. I knew it wouldn't be.
Okay. So you knew that kind of coming in, that you were not going to be televised?
Correct.
All right.
Mhm.
And were you instructed that, like, by the court, or did someone tell you that they're watching, or how did you learn that?
I honestly don't know. I think I just knew that you don't show the faces.
Okay. Just, all right, fair enough. And then you understand that we're doing everything we can to protect your anonymity, but at some point your name may be released, and that would be when the court deems it safe to do so. We have no idea what that means or how long it will take, but at some point your name would be publicly released. How does that make you feel?
I'm pretty confident it'll be okay.
Okay, fair enough. So, can you think of a situation in your personal or professional life where you have been called upon to resolve conflict?
Only maybe in my personal life with family members.
Okay.
That's probably about it.
Well, you understand that your role here as a juror is essentially to dive right into some conflict, right?
Right.
There's obviously a pretty big conflict between the state of Minnesota and Derek Chauvin. That's the global conflict, so to speak. But then if you're a juror in the jury deliberation room, there may be conflict between you and other jurors or just between other jurors. And what I mean by that is not that I think people are going to start fighting physically, but that there will be people who disagree with you or disagree with others within the group. So that's what I mean by conflict. How do you approach the resolution of conflict, first, when it involves two people, not yourself, and second, when it involves you?
Well, if it's two people, I generally get both sides and try to come to some sort of an agreement.
Okay. So it's kind of talk it through, listen to both sides, try to reach an agreement.
Yes.
How about when it involves you?
You mean as far as like if I'm in a conflict with somebody?
Right.
I do the same thing.
Okay.
Take what the person is saying, make my own decisions on how I'm going to move forward.
Okay. Do you think it's more difficult if you are personally involved to resolve conflict?
Yes.
Okay. And why?
I just think you have more emotion when it's you personally, when instead of looking at two people outside of yourself.
Right. So think about it in this context. Is during the course of this trial, there will be evidence that comes into the courtroom, and you will be in the jury room, and you and your jurors, or the fellow jurors, are talking about various pieces of evidence that were admitted during the trial. And one group of jurors thinks that some group or particular piece of evidence is really important, and others don't. Now, you're kind of in the middle, you don't know. How do you approach that type of a situation?
If I'm in the middle and I don't know?
Mm-hmm. But there's a conflict, right, between the interpretation of this evidence.
I'd probably do the same thing, just listen to both sides and make the best decision upon what they're saying.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you understand that a jury decision has to be unanimous, meaning all 12 of you would have to agree. But you have this division, right? How do you work towards resolution of that conflict?
I don't know, other than just stating what my feelings are.
Okay. I mean, one piece of evidence may tie to another piece of evidence, and someone may recall something differently than you. So is it just sort of talking it through, looking at all the evidence, and trying to reach a decision?
Yeah.
Are you the type of person that will just agree with someone simply to get this process over with, or make a decision?
No, I'm not, but I probably wouldn't be the first one to make a statement. Or
you probably would not be?
No.
Okay. Why do you say that?
I'm more of an observer.
Okay. Will you speak your opinion if you think it's important?
I will.
But are you kind of sit back, get everyone's perspectives, and then pout, so to speak?
Yes.
Is that an accurate kind of description?
Did you say pout or pounce?
Pounce.
Oh, pounce, yes. Yes.
Not pout.
Or pout.
Or pout, maybe, I don't know. But you're not going to just agree with people for the sake of agreeing with people.
Not in this situation, no.
Okay. I mean, I guess it's different than what restaurant we go to, or right? Mm-hmm. Have you ever been confronted with or tasked with trying to decide if someone is telling you the truth about a certain situation?
In life, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
How do you kind of make that analysis?
Just the same way. I listen to what someone's telling me and then make a decision on what I've heard.
Okay. Do you think that two people can observe the same event and have completely different interpretations of what happened?
I do.
And they may be seeing the same thing, and they ascribe certain meaning to something. Mm-hmm. Why do you think that happens?
Some of it is just personality. I mean.
Okay. What about personal experiences? Do you think our personal experiences formulate how we look at or observe events?
I do. Yeah. Things that have happened in your past, or people that you're around. I think that forms a lot of who you are and what you think. And
okay. What about your training, a person's training or education? Do you think that that may affect how they perceive an event?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can you think of a circumstance where that may come up?
Training or education. I mean, if you're given tools or I guess I'm not really going to have a good answer for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me give you an example. A wall falls down, right? And there's an architect and a builder and a truck driver, right? And we got to figure out how to put this wall back up. Do you think that their training and experience may come into play?
Yes.
Okay. And some people may have, you can maybe easily take their opinion off the table, and others are, you're going to listen to a little bit more carefully?
Yes, yeah.
Now, let me, in that same situation, would you simply believe someone based upon their training and education over someone else who's observing it, that same situation, just by virtue of their training and education?
No, I guess it depends on the situation, but
right.
No, I wouldn't just go based on what someone's trained or educated. I'd have my own thoughts on.
Like, what if you were to learn that that truck driver has built 10,000 walls in his life? And even though he's a truck driver, he's got a lot of experience.
Sure, it'd give him credibility.
Right. And what if you learn that that architect, he only has just graduated from college and he's never designed anything? Do you think that that could make a difference?
Yeah, I do.
Ultimately your job here is, as a juror, is to listen to the evidence as it's presented in court, to analyze it, and to apply the law as the judge gives it to you. At the end of the case, the judge is going to tell you what the law is that you need to decide. And sometimes, occasionally, jurors will read the law and they'll say, that can't be right. There's no way that that's right. Or this should be changed, right? If that were to happen, if you were to read the law and say, I think the law should be different, can you follow the law as the judge gives it to you, regardless of whether you think it's wrong or it should be changed?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for those answers. I'm going to ask you some questions, some follow-up questions on your questionnaire.
Okay.
Again, the questionnaire kind of makes reference to, and I think some of your answers make reference to a video, and I want to make sure we're talking about the same video. There was a bystander video that was uploaded to Facebook. It went viral, became international news. Is that the video, as you understand, that you've seen?
I've not seen the full video.
Okay, but when we talk generally about the video, that's the video?
It is, yeah.
Have you seen, there were other videos that were released, like body cameras, there were some surveillance videos from local businesses. Have you seen any of those videos?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. And the video, you said you've not seen it in its entirety. Is that right?
Correct.
The bystander video? Have you just seen it like on the news, or have you seen it like?
Yeah, just like a clip of it.
Okay. So at no point did you go on Facebook or social media and try to find the original video?
No.
Okay. And you estimated that you had seen that video 4 to 5 times?
Mm-hmm.
And you had obviously read some news stories and had conversations with friends, right, about this case?
Yeah.
And so you were able to kind of write down a paragraph or so about what you remembered hearing prior when you filled this out?
Right.
Okay. Would you agree that some of what you heard or recalled may just be wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And you can look at the evidence as it's presented in court, and even if there's something that you kind of remember hearing from before, can you set that aside and focus only on the evidence as it's presented in court?
Yeah.
All right. And there may be information Whether it's true or not, that is not admitted in this trial. Can you set those other pieces of information about Mr. Chauvin or Mr. Floyd that you may have heard? Again, only focus on what you hear here.
Yes.
All right. You were asked about your impression, your general impression of both Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd. And for both, you had a somewhat negative, you checked the box somewhat negative, right? I mean,
I did.
that's fair enough. All right. And what you wrote about Mr. Chauvin is you wrote, the media paints Derek Chauvin as an aggressive cop with tax problems. All right?
Just what I heard.
Understood. And again, you're entitled to form your own opinion. You're entitled to form, you were exposed to information. Nobody's questioning that, all right? But you understand that whether there's a companion case or something else going on in a different county, it has nothing to do with this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And you may have that. So I guess the question is if you're in the jury room, right, and you never hear anything about a tax case, in this case, are you going to go, I think we should not believe him because of that tax situation?
No, that's not going to, no, that wouldn't sway my decision.
Okay. Well, and likewise, too, with respect to Mr. Floyd, you heard that what you wrote is you heard George Floyd's record wasn't clean and he abused drugs at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you had heard about him?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, whether whether or not any of that information comes in to trial here, can you likewise set that information aside, what you may have heard, and again, focus only on the evidence in this that's presented in this trial?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what I'm hearing is just coming from certain parties, and it's not necessarily
true.
Or I mean.
Okay. You were asked about your conversations with friends and family members or potentially posting any information on social media about the case. Did you ever post anything on social media about this case?
No, I don't post on social media.
Okay. But you did have conversations with friends and family then, and when you were asked what opinions have you expressed, you wrote, I don't believe he deserved to die and that the cops used excessive force, but I don't believe he is completely innocent. So I'm going to assume the he in this situation is Mr. Floyd?
Correct.
All right. But you formed the opinion that the police used excessive force?
From what I heard, I did.
Okay. You're not a police officer, I presume?
I am not.
You've not had police training?
No.
And are you able to articulate the legal definition of what constitutes excessive force?
No, I am not.
All right. So I guess my question is again, it's perfectly fine that you have formed an opinion. I'm not questioning that. Mm-hmm. And that your opinion was that excessive force that was used. Can you set that aside, kind of like become a blank slate and move forward?
Yes.
And listen only to the evidence in the case?
Right. Mm-hmm.
You were asked a question of whether you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area. And without identifying your city, you wrote, not my close community.
No.
So I'm going to assume that what you mean by that is there was no rioting that occurred in your city, right?
Correct.
Is kind of something that's emerged as we've talked to jurors over the last couple of weeks is the difference between protests and riots. Do you think there's a difference?
Yes.
Okay. How would you define the difference between a protest and a riot?
I would say riot generally involves violence. A protest is standing up for what you believe or gathering and with like-minded people. Okay.
And neither protests nor riots occurred in your city?
No.
Okay. Now, but generally speaking, do you think that I'm going to differentiate between protesting and rioting in the Minneapolis area, generally speaking, right, the Twin Cities area? Do you think that's positive or negative?
That there's a difference?
Well, just do you think that there was a positive or negative impact as a result of protesting in this city?
I personally think actually both. I think some things led to the rioting, and I think that some people brought awareness through their protesting.
Okay. You had your purse stolen at one point?
I did.
All right. And you checked that you were very unsatisfied with how the police handled that situation.
I did?
You did.
Oh. Okay, maybe I misspoke. I honestly, I don't remember much about calling the police on it. It was a long time ago.
Sure.
Oh, I can't believe I wrote that.
Okay. I just was, I didn't know if there was anything. So let's ask you, do you remember calling the police when your purse was stolen?
I honestly don't remember a lot about it. I just remember that they had retrieved my purse after.
Okay. Is there anything about that situation that would bias you against police officers in
No.
general? Okay.
No. Oh, I can't believe I did that.
Well, now you know what we need when we say things.
You think about it,
I
things
don't know,
change.
maybe I was just, yeah.
There are a series of kind of broad blanket statements in the questionnaire, and you were asked to kind of rank your opinion from somewhat agree, strongly disagree. Do you remember that generally?
Yeah.
And I want to ask you just about a couple of them. The statement is made, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you somewhat disagree with that statement. So media, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. So you disagree with that. Why?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
It is a very, it's a double negative.
Okay.
So, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be.
And I said I somewhat disagree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it depends on what station you listen to, but I don't think we see all of what goes on. I think we just see a highlight of, things that get escalated to a unfortunate point.
Okay. The kind of a corollary statement reads, blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites in the criminal justice system, and you somewhat agreed with that.
I do.
So I think in both situations you acknowledge that discrimination exists, right?
I do.
But it may not be every single incident. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. You were asked about police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agreed with that statement?
Yeah, I've just had a few instances I've called where either, something minor happened at my place and they arrived in a quick manner and
Professional and
Yeah.
made you feel safe.
correct.
And you strongly disagreed with the notion of defunding the Minneapolis Police Department.
Correct.
Okay. I guess the question being is, it seems that you have a healthy respect for police officers.
I do.
A very strong respect is another way of saying that.
I do.
Okay. Now, you have a police officer on trial here, and you have police officers who will be testifying. Will you take the word of a police officer simply by virtue of the fact that he's a police officer to be more credible than the testimony of other people?
No.
Can you assess the testimony of all people equally, all witnesses?
Right. I can.
You were asked a couple of questions about the Black Lives and Blue Lives Matter. With respect to Black Lives Matter, you wrote that you had a somewhat favorable opinion and you believe people of other races are treated unfairly, but I don't get involved to support the cause. I mean, so you're not out protesting yourself, in other words, or participating in that organization or movement. Is that
No, I am not.
But you have a favorable view of them.
Yeah. I believe they have the right to do it.
Okay. And you have a very favorable opinion of Blue Lives Matter, and you wrote, "I would be terrified if our police departments were dismantled. However, it is obvious that change needs to happen."
Yes.
Your mother was a nurse.
She was.
She retired or passed on?
She's passed away.
I'm sorry for that.
Thank you.
You were asked a series of questions about some principles of law, and you were asked, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And you wrote, yes, everyone is innocent until proven guilty. So, again, will you apply the presumption of innocence in this particular case?
Yes.
The last question you were asked is whether you want to serve as a juror on this case, and you wrote not sure, and you explained that I would be fearful of any backlash for my choice of a verdict. So I guess my question is, you understand there are two possible outcomes at the end of this case, right?
I do.
Guilty or not guilty. Would your fearfulness of whatever the backlash may be cause you to render a verdict that you thought was wrong, but simply to avoid any potential backlash?
No.
Okay. You feel you could be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
I do.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, juror number 92.
Hello.
Just to follow up on a couple of things, I see that you have a bachelor's degree.
I do.
What is it in?
Communication.
Communication. It also indicates on your survey that you left our state for a brief period of time, 4 years. Was that to attend college?
It was.
Okay. And then you came back. You just couldn't stay away.
Yep. Family's too important.
All right.
And I love the state.
You made a couple of comments, and just following up on some questions that counsel raised regarding your belief that you somewhat agree that blacks and other minorities do not receive equal treatment as whites. You disagreed with the proposition that police in the country treat whites and blacks equally. And I'm just wondering if you've had conversations with close friends, work associates, in which those opinions have been shared with you by people who've actually experienced some sort of mistreatment.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some friends that have been treated differently because of their race. That's pretty much.
And without revealing who those friends are, can you share with us a little bit about how they were treated differently? What happened to them?
Just names were called. That's basically what happened to them.
I mean, racial slurs?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about in terms of just treatment for somebody who wouldn't be that overtly mean to someone, but just in terms of their being treated by folks, say walking into a store or some other social situation? Have they ever expressed any sort of discrimination that they've faced in those situations?
No, it was mainly just through school.
Ah, okay. You say that you strongly disagree with the proposition of defunding the Minneapolis Police Department. Can you tell us a little bit why that's something that would bother you? Because I think you also indicated something about being frightened if something like that were to happen.
I guess maybe what I was going by was a blurb that they had on the news where people were saying that they wanted to do like a community outreach instead of have law enforcement present, and that I guess would terrify me.
How do you think that would work out?
I don't think it would work out very well.
Okay.
No.
Why is that?
I mean, just look at riots. I don't think that it doesn't seem to quite solve the problems.
Okay. Back to some of the questions that you heard about some of the people who were involved here. You indicated that you heard that perhaps the defendant's spouse had filed for divorce. I'm wondering what, if any, effect that might have.
It doesn't have any effect.
Okay.
I was just trying to say anything I knew or had heard.
Okay. You also indicated that you heard that George Floyd's record wasn't clean, and I'm wondering if you can recall, specifically anything that you heard about George Floyd's record, what he may have done prior to the incident.
If I recall correctly, I had heard information about drug charges or being involved with drugs.
Anything else? Any other acts aside from use of drugs or drug charges?
No.
Have you ever had a close friend or a family member struggle with addiction to illegal drugs or alcohol?
Alcohol.
Alcohol?
I have. Mm-hmm.
If you were to hear that George Floyd struggled with illegal drugs, for example, do you think that might make you feel more favorably or less favorably toward him?
In this particular instance, or just about him in
neither?
general?
Yeah. First in general, and then maybe for this specific incident. And I should always give you the choice of no opinion, right? So do you think that would have any effect on your opinion of him generally?
Quite honestly, maybe. If it was somebody I was going to trust, if in that kind of instance, it might give me pause. But I do understand that people, there's reasons that they struggle with addiction.
So
it doesn't make them a bad person, I guess I should say. It would
Okay.
just make me cautious.
And why is that? Why would you want to be more cautious around a person who's struggling with drugs?
Mental state might not be the best, depending on why, they've reached that point. Maybe fear of how people act when they're intoxicated.
Tell me a little bit about that. What has been your own observation of how people might act when they're intoxicated, either on alcohol or drugs?
Just the level of anger people can get to under intoxication.
Do you believe that people who are intoxicated may tend to act more violently or aggressively when they're under the influence?
Yes, they can.
And when we say intoxication, oftentimes we're referring to alcohol, but I'm including drug intoxication as well. Do you think that someone who's taken drugs, illegal drugs, may act more violently or aggressively than someone else who has not?
I do.
Do you believe that's always the case, or that perhaps
No.
it depends on the drug or it depends on the person?
I think it depends on the drug, the person, what situation they're in.
Now, someone may hold the opinion that if a person is harmed and they've been using illegal drugs, then they kind of get what's coming to them. And I'm wondering what you think about that statement or what your views are on that.
I don't think that's true.
And why is that?
I don't. If someone uses drugs, that I don't think that they should there should be ramifications of violence for that.
Okay. You indicated that you have a respect for law enforcement. I'm assuming that you also would agree that it's important to cooperate with law enforcement if they approach you.
Correct.
Is that something you would do, I'm assuming?
Would do and have.
Okay. Tell me about that. You say you have.
Oh, just getting pulled over and just making the proper steps, getting your license and insurance out and cooperating with the police.
And this has happened to you, and you did that. You cooperated.
Correct.
People may hold the opinion that if one does not immediately cooperate with the police, does not comply with their requests or their orders, and they're subsequently harmed, they might get what's coming to them as well. What do you think of that?
I don't believe that.
Why is that?
Well, I don't think that. I don't think someone has something coming to them. I mean, there's obviously rules and regulations for, acting outside of the law. And there's also rules and regulations for how you treat those people.
How you, as in how law enforcement treats those people?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you recognize then that some people may not immediately comply with law enforcement, and that would not be an excuse for law enforcement to use excessive force?
I do. I believe that.
Without identifying your employer or providing any identifying information, I'm just interested in hearing about what you specifically do in your job. What does it mean to be a client advocate?
I work on accounts of our insureds, so I'm kind of the day-to-day go-between.
And
I guess.
So you communicate client concerns to your company? Okay. Have you been working at the office since the pandemic, or from home?
Strictly at home.
Strictly at home. How's that been working out?
I love it.
Okay. Maybe you're not going to go back?
We have to go back. We have to have an office presence.
Okay. Do you have any concerns coming here? If you were called as a juror, if you're seated as a juror, you have to come downtown, be around some people in relatively close contact, although we're distancing here. Does that raise any concerns for you?
No.
Do you think maybe we're taking too many precautions and this is a little overblown? Or?
No, I don't. The main person I was keeping safe has been vaccinated, so I'm a little less freaked out about it, I guess I would say.
Okay, fair enough. One moment, Your Honor. Just to follow up, you indicated on the survey regarding your opinion of Blue Lives Matter, and this is where you said you'd be terrified if police departments were dismantled. But you went on to say that however, there is obvious change that needs to happen. Can you share with us what is the obvious change that you believe needs to happen?
I guess I would say it does look like, for I guess what's portrayed on the media, is other races aren't necessarily treated fairly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers today. And Your Honor, the state passes for cause.
Right. Juror 92, you will serve on our jury. And so we're going to have you come back on March 29th at 9 a.m. The jury office will be in contact with you if there's any change, but they'll probably be in contact just to remind you and maybe give you other facilities or other logistics information. But for now, you can go with the deputy. They'll take some paperwork from you. You have the letter that got you in here. Make sure you keep that safe and
Okay.
Bring it back next time. So
Okay.
we'll see you on March 29th.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Juror number 95. I think you can let number 96 go. Counsel, we already did let 96 go, is that right? Okay, so this is the last one we have available. All right, come on up, sir. You have a seat right there.
Thank you.
And you are juror number 95, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Couple things before I turn you over to the lawyers for questioning. First thing is I'm going to swear you in because all of your answers have to be under oath. So raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror?
I do.
All right, thank you. We have plexiglass in front of you, between us. The lawyers are quite a distance away and they have plexiglass as well. My point being, if you would like, you can remove your mask for this, or you can keep it on. It's totally your choice.
Thank you.
Whatever makes you comfortable, you do that.
Thank you.
And whether you mask on or off, if you could pull just a little closer to the microphone, we've got to make sure that we can hear you nice and loud.
Yeah, is this good?
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
You filled out a questionnaire, and thank you for doing that. It gave us a lot of good information to start with. So, is there anything about that questionnaire that you need to change or add to?
No.
Okay, and everything was true on the questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, sometimes during the questioning, since it was several months ago, people realize that there's some stuff missing or stuff that was inaccurate and you need to amend. Or maybe there's an opinion you expressed that has evolved and it's different now. In all those cases, feel free. I want you to feel comfortable saying something in court here that is different from your questionnaire. Okay?
Sure.
Any problem doing that?
No.
Okay. The questionnaire also advised you not to read any articles, watch any media about this case. But between when you filled out the questionnaire and today, is there anything you've heard or been exposed to about this case, related cases, pretrial matters, just about anything that might be important for us to know? And we know it's all inadvertent because you can't escape a headline sometimes.
Well, that's right. So I do listen to radio in my car, the NPR, and well, my household watches news all the time, so that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you hear new information about this case or related cases?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall hearing? And again, we know this is inadvertent, that you can't escape it sometimes.
Right. So just about the settlement.
Okay. What do you recall about the settlement?
Just that it was settlement amount was around the $27 million.
Okay.
Which was, and that's about it.
And what was your reaction to that?
Well, to be honest, it was like when I heard, I was shocked.
Okay.
And I didn't expect the settlement to come sooner than the case.
Than the criminal case?
Right.
Okay, you recognize that civil case involves different parties, different issues, different laws.
Yes.
It's not a part of this case. You recognize that?
Yes.
So did it affect you in any way as far as being a juror on this case, or would it affect you in any way?
Well, certainly I looked at it differently before the settlement, and for sure right now I look at it a little bit differently.
Okay. For example, in question 10, which basically asks, no matter what you've heard, could you be fair and impartial? And you answered yes. Do you think the needles moved on that a little bit, and that maybe you can't be as impartial as before when you heard about the settlement?
Not really.
Okay. Tell me about that. Your thought process on that.
So, of course, when anything is settled, then you look at that maybe the person was guilty, or, and your thought process runs differently than before the trial. Most of the cases I have heard in the past is the settlement comes after the fact,
Okay.
and that's fair enough. Like, maybe it was damage or loss of something, and you settle in some way or another. But whenever there's a case, especially, if it's a criminal case and it is settled, or settlement comes way before the case, then you might think that, well, did it get settled because of, the person is guilty.
Okay.
So that's about it.
Okay, and do you think that thought might linger in your mind so that it'd be hard to get back to impartial? Even if you were to try your hardest, it's obviously not a intelligence or personality issue. It's just some people, when they hear certain things, it's like, I can't get that out of my mind. Some can say, nope, I can put it aside. But some people say I can't, and it's kind of moved me off of the impartial dime, so to speak.
Yes, I mean, it is hard to get out of the mind, but once you hear more and you find that you can change your opinion, stuff. So.
Okay. Let me see if I could understand what you just said. Do you think that you're impartial? This may have moved you one way, but that what you hear in court might move you again? Or
Yes.
Is that accurate, what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. Do you think that when you filled out the questionnaire, I think you said you could presume the defendant innocent?
Can you come up with that?
And let me see if I can go right to the answer. You'd think I would know this questionnaire by now. Basically, it talks about the presumption of innocence, and asks if you can presume the defendant innocent. In fact, it says, under our system of justice, defendants are presumed innocent of the criminal charge against them. Would you have any difficulty following the principle of law? And you said no, if correct justice, law, and principles were followed.
Correct.
Can you explain a little bit more on that?
So I still believe, that, I believe in the justice system and the law, and just like, for example, in the example of the settlement, right? That is not my last decision, or like what's last in my mind. of course, whenever I hear the whole thing and weigh the law and the legal system, I would vote differently.
Okay.
So I will definitely hear what the law has to say, hear both sides, and then make up my mind.
Based on just what you've heard and know so far, where are you sitting? Can you say, yep, I can presume him innocent, or, I don't know, that settlement talk made it harder to do that?
I would say right in the middle.
Okay. Tell me a little bit more about that. When you say right about in the middle, kind of.
So, yeah, the settlement, it's like it presumes that, yeah, the person might be guilty, and because it's settled. But again, if you hear in the court stuff, witnesses and other, testimonies, then you will consider it and say, okay, maybe it's not guilty, or so. That's why I say I'm in the middle.
Sure. Let me ask you this question. You filled out the questionnaire, you mailed it in. You may have had some opinions about the case, which you have to put aside. But you said you have no problem with the presumption of innocence if court justice law and principles are followed. So, are you in that same frame of mind today after hearing about that settlement? And I'm not going to make you quantify one way or the other. Okay.
Yes.
Do you think that would affect kind of that where there's smoke, there's fire? You've heard that. Do you think that's applicable here? Do you think that might be a situation?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Nelson to inquire. There might be some other questions he has about this. I'm probably not being very articulate about this, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
May just be a long day, right? So, sir, good afternoon. Thank you for your patience today.
Yes.
I'm going to just kind of start where the judge left off a little bit.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Under our system of law, Mr. Chauvin right now is presumed innocent. That means the starting point is he's presumed innocent. What I hear you saying is that settlement, right, has put you in a frame of mind that leads you to believe that maybe if the city of Minneapolis, for example, believes something was wrong, that there's something to that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. But you understand here in the criminal case, we should not have to get over that burden. We shouldn't have to disprove anything. And you need to start from zero. Can you start from zero?
Yes.
Okay. So you can put that settlement out of your mind, just move it completely out of your mind and start at square one or zero and presume Mr. Chauvin innocent.
Yes.
Okay. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And you understand that what the city of Minneapolis may or may not do in terms of a civil settlement has no bearing on this case.
Yes.
We don't even know if the politicians have seen any of the evidence in this case, right? They made a decision for other reasons. Can you accept that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am going to just ask you some pretty general questions first and foremost, and then I'm going to ask you about some of your responses to the questionnaire.
Yes.
Would that be all right with you?
Sure.
Okay. And I'll try to make this as quick as I can here. All right. If you and I were to meet under certain different circumstances at a party, what are a couple things I would learn about you?
I'm a people's person, so and I really don't like to judge anybody, and I'm really a person of like I got to know you first before I can make any assumptions about you. So that's the kind of person I am. You know, I usually get along with everyone and just be. I'm a pretty socialized person, I would say. So yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, because you indicated that you like to watch cricket.
Yes.
Could you explain to me the rules of cricket?
No.
I'm sorry.
That would take a long time.
Yeah. But generally, that's what you like. You enjoy to watching cricket.
Yes, it's pretty close to baseball.
Okay.
So.
And I get that. I was kind of more making a joke because I don't really know. So, when you knew something about this case, right? Before you learned you were a potential juror in this case?
Yes.
Right? When you learned that you were a potential juror in this case, how did you react to that?
Pretty neutral. I was like, I've never been through a jury duty, so whether it would be this case or any other, I was just surprised. Like, it's an opportunity for me to do something for the country. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Were you concerned about your personal or physical safety?
Not really, if it's very confidential, and I mean, the only people who knows about it is my immediate family. So,
okay. At some point, when the judge determines it to be safe, your identity may be revealed to the public. Are you okay with that?
When you say that, tell me more of that.
Well, we don't know when
Okay.
that will happen. We're doing everything we can to maintain your anonymity during trial. And at some point, though, in the future, we have no idea when, but when the judge determines it to be safe, your name will be released publicly.
Okay.
Does that concern you?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
For the safety of myself and my family.
All right. Would you be concerned that one particular verdict or another may bring you more harm?
No.
Okay. So you would think that any verdict could potentially bring you or your family harm?
Yes.
Okay. Would that concern, would it be so pervasive and so just kind of ongoing if you were a juror on this case that it would prevent you from focusing on the evidence in this case?
Knowing the being public of myself later, yes.
Okay. So you would be not able to focus on the evidence in this case, you'd be because of your concerns for your safety.
Correct.
Any further questions?
No.
All right, sir, I think given your exposure to the settlement, which might have some impact on you, I think you would try your best not to have it, but I still think that it might have weigh on your mind, but more importantly, the safety of your family, if it weighs on your mind to the point where you can't really focus on the evidence, and that's perfectly fine. I'm glad you were honest about that. And so I'm going to excuse you from this jury. And in fact, you're excused from jury service, so we won't need to call you up on another case. Unless, of course, you get a summons a few years from now.
Sure.
All right? You can go with the deputy. They'll collect some paperwork from you, and then have a good day.
Sure, thank you.
You bet.
Do I leave this with...
You can actually give that to the deputy, and we'll dispose of that. Thank you. Say that was an excusal for cause on, I assume, a defense motion. Am I correct on that defense motion? That's kind of the way we have been operating as a code, so that we aren't openly challenging the juror in front of them. That concludes the number of jurors we have today. 8:15 tomorrow for decisions on the motions. We'll start with jurors at 9. I think, I'm not sure, have the parties filed their briefs? Because it was closed business today that I expected any briefs, so that I have something to read tonight.
I think they're all filed at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. As long as they're filed, I can find them.
Not sure about the status of ours, but.
Okay.
And I would like to make a record to address a point that was raised by defense counsel earlier.
Sure. You may.
And it's a record, and it's really a request, and that is that we proceed just kind of collectively with some caution before making assertions regarding things that are happening outside of the courtroom. I think that sometimes we're very quick to react to information that may or may not be accurate. And I think, Your Honor, that is something that happened today. I did request just a little bit further information regarding what counsel indicated was a press conference held by the city of Minneapolis in which they discussed the settlement. And I don't believe that as portrayed that was accurate. And what I have, and if the court's permission, I could provide to the court as a court exhibit a transcript from the Minneapolis mayor's weekly press briefing that I believe counsel was referencing. And I think that it will put into exact context what was said. First of all, this was not a press release or a press briefing that was called to discuss the George Floyd case, or a briefing about, or a press conference about the settlement. It was the weekly press briefing that the city of Minneapolis always has. And there were, in response to some questions by reporters, references made to the settlement, and specifically in which the mayor basically says, we're not going to be discussing anything about the ongoing criminal proceedings. And so
But that wasn't the problem. It was that they were talking about the civil settlement.
That's right. And the civil settlement, Your Honor, and if I may I provide the court with the transcript, the actual briefing?
Is it a transcript of what was said?
It is, Your Honor. I believe this was prepared by our office, so it's not an official transcript in any way, but it could aid you in listening to the information that's contained in the URL that's listed at the top.
Any objection to that, Mr. Nelson?
I have not received a copy, so if the state has a copy for me to as well.
Certainly.
Because I assume you made that record earlier, Mr. Nelson, as in support of your motion to continue or change venue.
Right.
In that specifically Minneapolis city officials continue to talk about the case.
Correct. And it was, I mean, in the context of how it's being reported, is that the Minneapolis city attorney specifically said that the timing of the George Floyd lawsuit settlement reflected a need to act fast.
All right. I'll accept the transcript as an aid to the actual press conference, which apparently I'll add to my nightly homework list.
Right.
And we'll consider that exhibit to be part of the court exhibits for the defense motion to continue the trial or change venue. So we'll receive it as such.
Okay.
You can just give it to Mr. Schaefer. He'll mark it as court exhibit 1.
And then I would also ask, Your Honor, again, just emphasizing the importance of maintaining an accurate record. To the extent that the court is going to be relying on anything, I mean, off-the-cuff comments about something that someone may have reported in the media, that's really third-hand information. I think that if counsel is going to be making factual assertions, they need to be made as either a formal offer of proof or a declaration with supporting exhibits attached. And I don't think that the court has limited in any way defense counsel's ability to file articles, newspaper articles, or whatever kind of accounts he thinks is going to support his motion, but just simply in the middle of proceedings saying, hey, I heard that the city council is talking about this case again, without the context in which it's being spoken about is just unfair.
Let's just stop right there. As an officer of the court, Mr. Nelson was noting something that was in progress almost. He has the right to do that. You have a right to criticize it as not being sufficiently supported by declarations and affidavits. My response to his declaration was to say it was noted, nothing more, no findings. And I would expect that he follows it up with perhaps some filings. I cannot expect Mr. Nelson to step out of these proceedings where we've been in session since 8:30 this morning to file affidavits to add to his record on a motion I'm going to be reading about and deciding tonight for tomorrow morning. I don't think it's fair to criticize either side. Either side. You should not be criticizing each other for noting for the record things that are happening in an emergent manner. It should be followed up. I agree with it. Good record is much better. But for an officer of the court to make a notation, he's entitled to do that. Whether he wants to just rest on that is fine. I think your answer to give me that transcript and a URL to listen to is also very appropriate, very important for me to look at these questions. But let's recognize the fact that the state has a lot of lawyers on this case who can sit outside this courtroom and start grinding out things. Mr. Nelson does not. He does not have the same level of support. How many lawyers now are admitted pro hoc vice and are working for the state on this case so far, Mr. Slisher? Is it 10, 12?
I don't have that number, Your Honor, but I do know that the Police Federation, the union, is funding the defendant's defense, and they have...
Let's not talk about that. We're not talking about how things are funded. I'm just saying, I can understand why what I'm saying is, I can understand why the state is able to produce affidavits and memos so quickly, because there are a lot of lawyers working outside this courtroom. I can't expect that Mr. Nelson would walk in this afternoon with affidavits when we've been in jury selection all day.
And
I think what we're getting into is criticizing each other's performance. Let's not do that. You do your own performance, you let the court evaluate whether it's enough. We're going to go forward, make your record, make it as good as you want to make it. I'll decide based on the record that's before me, and if it's not good enough, I'll say so. And to be honest, I'm not going to talk about this second press conference. I'm not going to talk about it. Make your submissions. I prefer now they be in writing, and we stop talking about it. I've asked Minneapolis to stop talking about it. They keep talking about it. We keep talking about it. Everybody just stop talking about it. Let me decide what the ramifications are. Are we clear on this? We're adjourned for the day. Submit your additional submissions in writing, not oral. Thank you.